You. California dreaming about you.
Ad stream. I'm just muting myself. I'm going to do the setup thing. JG, I don't know if you know Plastic Jesus. He's cool. Speak to him for a minute while I do the rest of the setup thing. I'll be right back. Thanks for joining.
Hello. Hey, Halsey. Spacey.
Hello. Hey.
Is anyone there?
Yep. Hello.
Sorry, I'll do the introduction thing. Basically, we have just all come from Richard Madsen's. We're having a heated topical debate on objective and subjective morality. So if you want to continue that while I do the setup thing, that will be good. I'll be right back.
All right. So, Space Cadet, are you there? No. Plastic Jesus, subjective moralist, no doubt. Nothing.
Well, there's really no other way, right? It's all in your own mind. It's
sure
all to the individual person on what they refer. Am I audible? You hear me?
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
I can only hear Wildheart. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear PJ? I'll mute.
Hello?
I can't hear him for some reason.
Oh.
Welcome back, Space Cadet. You might have to refresh, JG. Yeah, you're fine, Space Cadet. Sometimes
I can hear her. I can hear Wildheart,
I'll
Space
refresh.
Cadet.
But I can hear PJ. I don't know. And I just found out earlier that one of my old channels that I thought had been deleted hasn't been deleted, so I'm now streamed on both channels. So you got an option.
Nice. Would you get were you striking out?
Yeah, I'm called Wild That Fire because this is my 5th YouTube channel due to porn bombers and copyright strikes from karaoke.
Oh,
Am I coming clear or coming through for everybody now?
Yeah, fine. Can you hear PJ JG?
can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear PJ?
Yeah, I heard him.
Okay, cool.
Everything's awesome. Cool.
I said it can only be subjective. It's coming from the individual's mind. If it's going to be that, if it's going to come off of an opinion or an idea or a value to anything, really, it's to the individual person on their experiences on what they're going to come up to a conclusion with or answer with.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I don't understand how you're concluding that it can only be that way.
But we're talking about opinions, right? We're talking about what is deemed good or bad. As far as an example would say, where everybody's talking about, kicking babies or whatever, or shooting a horse, or whatever you want to call it, helping a lady across the street. It's up to the individual.
The choice of what you do is up to the individual, yes, but to limit morality down to a preference or an opinion, I think becomes part of the problem. And to assume that it cannot be objective would also be part of the problem.
Well, there have to be an example of what would be an objective that's not a law, but an objective morality that would have to be, that everybody would have to agree to, right?
Well, not necessarily an objective.
And would it be objective then?
No, it's not. That right
objective
there
as a goal,
that,
not objective as
that
a
right
solid
there
objective.
Makes me think this is going to be a tough discussion, because you're assuming that in order for something to be an objective moral, that it has to be agreed on 100%, which is still staying in the framework of subjective agreement.
Yeah, even if everyone agrees, it will still be subjective.
Right. Yeah.
That's where everyone agrees. Objective means outside of a mind to me. subjective means subject to a mind. So how you get morals that are outside of a mind, I don't know how that works. I don't think there can be objective morality.
It doesn't necessarily. It doesn't just remain outside the mind. It's something that would interact. I would say, but this is a tricky subject.
Me,
But I would say it wouldn't.
Sorry,
Well, that's right.
sorry, go ahead.
I mean, we talked about it a little bit earlier. It's something like logic. Like, does logic only exist in the mind? Is it dependent on human beings for logic to be in existence? You know, questions like that are tough to answer, but you can speculate that it can exist and interact with the human mind.
Yeah. So you would have to explain how morality can exist outside of a mind, any mind.
Well, again, you talked about that, the necessity of having to do that versus not having to do that with logic and mathematics needs to be differentiated. Why do I would ask you that? Why?
Yeah, that's a good question. I've not had time to think about that. But like the laws of logic would exist. A rock will be a rock, even if there are no minds to. Again, it goes back to I think they're so basic that it couldn't be any other way. It would be the impossibility of the contrary. With morals, it's different.
Well, that's an interesting point, but someone could have moral clarity and say, I know what's right and wrong and I live by it, and sometimes I make mistakes, but it's clear to me every day, and it always has been. Just as a rock is clear to you, they could make an argument as such, and it could still exist in that realm of metaphysics that logic does and apply to everybody.
Yeah. But then when you get people disagreeing, I mean, you don't get people disagreeing about whether A is A or A is not A, or do you? I might be wrong about that.
Well, I mean, generally, you that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. But just because something is highly disagreeable of a subject,
that's
definitely doesn't mean it can't be objective. I would say it just makes it harder to get to understanding of why it is.
Are there such things as undeniable facts then?
That there's truth in existence in reality?
Yeah, like I would say A is A equals A is.
Well, yeah, you would say that logic is
I would say that's undeniable.
Right? Logic is in the category you just asked about? Undeniable fact?
Yeah, I would say that's undeniable, but does that mean it's objective and outside of the mind?
Does that mean it's objective logic?
Yeah, because that's the only way it could be. Yeah, right. Is there any moral that is like that? A versus not A.
Yeah.
Well, non-contradiction, I think it is. Yeah. Is there any similar?
Sorry, I think that we can definitely pretty easily come up with some gnarly, gruesome examples that we could easily agree on. Like, that is immoral. That always has been, always is, and always will be, which doesn't make it objective. But I think we could start there.
Yeah.
And start
that would be a starting point. Can you give us an example of that in morality where it's kind of equal to A is A equals A?
Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of a gnarly subject, but like I've said like rape is always wrong, but then someone argues, well, wait, like rape has been utilized to procreate in extreme situations and so forth. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, that's gnarly subject. But then you take it a step further and say, okay, is rape ever acceptable in a young child that can't even reproduce? And you would say no.
I would say you've already gone past the point where it's not equivalent to A equals not A at that point. If you're saying that some people agree, then you've already gone past the point where it's not the same, if you know what I mean.
No. That's why I was saying, I was giving an example of the exploration into that, and then I was concluding that, well, if you change rape is wrong to raping a child is wrong because a child can't even reproduce, which gives it less argument.
Yeah, but if you go to logical thinking of a mind, the pedophile would think is perfectly fine. It's been okay enough to have himself jailed for.
No, I get that.
You're going to have that.
Some people are still going to disagree.
What I'm saying is, like, people could argue that, like, people could possibly. this might not be the best example, granted, but people could argue that, like raping somebody is for procreation. So I minimize it down to raping a child has no functional need. That's what I'm getting at. Now I know a pedophile can give reasons he wants to. I'm saying there's no functionality of raping a child. Like there's no procreation there. So
But that's subjective to you putting functionality above. That's you valuing functionality.
Well,
that child may be the pedophile's end goal, so it satisfies somebody, even in a
that is a
way, it still
functionality.
satisfies the attacker or the pedophile.
Okay, so you're saying you would put satisfaction in the same functionality as arguing for procreation. I guess you're saying there.
Yeah. I'm saying it's subjective that you've chosen procreation over satisfaction. That's subjective to your mind.
Okay.
Still subjective.
Okay, that's fair enough. Can anybody here think of an example that might fly with the request?
No, I can't.
Have you explored that in detail?
No, I would have to. Yeah, I've not really thought about it either. I should point that out. But no, I can't think. I can't think immediately.
No, I know. It's a rugged subject to think about. So also when we think of like something morally wrong, like I'm pretty sure everyone on the panel here would agree that raping a child is wrong. That's why we distinguish that a pedophile may not. But for a pedophile to say, I get pleasure from it, therefore it's not wrong, I don't see how that qualifies.
You're good, yeah, we can hear.
So that's just the pedophile's opinion on what he pleasures, but he can't really justify anything more than pleasure.
But it's subjective. What makes your opinion better than the pedophiles? But obvious reason. But
he's justified in his reason.
Yeah,
that's his logical process of thinking.
Yeah,
that's in the.
So this is where
percentage subjectivity at that point. You're just placing yourself higher than the paedophile who thinks it's okay. There's no objective kind of fact to that. You know what I mean?
Right. So
now that my audio works.
Yeah,
go on, let's get that.
Well, I hopefully I can congeal my thoughts a bit. When we were talking about like the difference between subjective and objective, the way that I think about it is that like something that is objectively true is true no matter what we think of it. And no matter whether or not a human is there to observe it or use any part of what we're talking about, like as far as an action or something like that, like it's true, without human interaction with it. It's true no matter what. So.
Yeah, that has to be the case. It's true outside of any mind, and I don't know how you can get a moral needs a mind. It necessitates a mind to think about it. I don't know how there could possibly be objective morality because it would need to be outside of any mind.
That's interesting. When you said that, I just thought maybe it's absence of mind that can interfere with morality too. Like the pedophile has absence of mind, of morality in order to take an immoral action, but his opinion on that matter or his action still can break a moral action, an objective moral. It's not so much one person says, well, I get pleasure out of it, therefore it's not objective. I'm trying to give you kind of the way I'm looking at it and trying to incorporate what you're saying.
Right.
So,
I mean, some people get pleasure out of stomping on tiny animals, and they get like some kind of weird sexual pleasure out of that, and they go and they'll go on Craigslist looking for free kittens or puppies or whatever, and they will kill them during sex.
Maybe the opposite of that. Some people will go out and change tires, help old ladies across the street for that feeling. Others will just walk on by, not even acknowledge the old lady, or just drive by, or some people will look for that.
Yeah,
it's an objective goal that they have for their own subjective desires and needs.
Mm-hmm. And there's a factor that I don't think you guys have talked about yet, which is like, maybe you have, but humans, right, as we are right now, are not in our natural state. We are in a very altered state, and with artifice surrounding us in every possible way, and we've sort of been washed of our natural way of being. And so I don't really know how a natural quote unquote human is, as far as their moral decision making and standards and stuff like that.
Well, it sounds like you're breaking away from what we are, but this nature is nature, and what we are, a vehicle we make is nature. We get everything from the ground. Nothing comes out of nowhere. It's all nature. Well, up to the point we are now, this is still nature.
I would say it doesn't really matter, because we're trying to get outside of humans, outside of minds. If objective morality exists, it has to be outside of a mind. I don't know how you get there. I genuinely don't.
Yeah, it's true, because morality is decision making
Well,
and thinking about things in a certain way, and you're right, it does require a mind.
Well, we assume that our minds are the makers of that. I think that's the difference we're having. I think we can tap into it as an acknowledgement of something that does exist out there, and a discovery, if you will. And I think the difference is that because we can't identify it, we assume that it's all from within and all just our creation, which is going to be obviously hard for me to prove. I know that, but
I was going to ask you, can you give like a mechanism or an explanation of how it exists outside of mind, and what?
Well, the mechanism is going to be similar to that of logic and mathematics, although it's not an exact parallel, but the mechanism would have to be like that. Something we can interact with.
I would just say that's, at that point, it has to be demonstrated that at least it exists. I mean, we know the laws of logic exist.
Well, yeah. Demonstration is going to be in the human behavior of how we actually live, like objective morals exist, or how we interact with one another, that you ought not to do that, I ought not to do that, and all throughout history we do that. So it's a different demonstration. Granted, it's different, but there is a huge demonstration there of human behavior.
Yeah. Richard has a good point, if I can work it out what it means. If it were biochemical facts of the animal, human, it is outside of the mind. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? I'm going to have to ponder that.
Oh, I guess. Let me see. Biochemical facts of the animal itself. The animal, human, is outside of the mind of the animal.
But biochemical facts part of the human mind? Biochemical facts. It's still subject to a mind, because it's biochemical, I would say. But I'm not sure if that's beyond my pay grade.
So
Some dogs bite, some dogs don't.
When you talk about interacting with logic or mathematics, what's the subjective component that comes in there, for instance?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
When you talk about objective laws like mathematics or logic and how we interact with them and demonstrate them, what is the subjective component in that equation, in that interaction?
It's subjective how we interpret it and but I think they're objective, because even if there were no minds, you would admit that a rock is a rock. A equals A, even if no minds exist. I'm looking for like a moral kind of equivalent to that. What would be an objective moral if no minds existed?
Yeah, this is going to be right. That's going to be something that would have to be human specific in that, right? Because if no humans existed, what would human morality be? That's a great point.
Yeah. I think a similar thing has to be demonstrated. Like law of non-contradiction is objective because it doesn't matter whether human mind exists. A rock is still a rock. There's no other way it could be.
Well, the thing is though, like in order to acknowledge that, it still has to be acknowledged by a human or described by a human, or you never even get there. So that's interesting too, right?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It has to be interpreted by a human mind, but the like brute fact that a rock is a rock wouldn't change even if there were no humans to understand it or explain it, or any being to understand it.
Not
It's
exactly.
not all right,
A rock is our a rock is what we can observe and define and categorize something so that we can make sense of it and have it, because I think that when people are able to put things into categories, it helps them sort of organize their world and their thoughts and how they react to things. And when we zoom out and humans are not part of the picture, we can say, oh yeah, that planet over there is made of these elements, but that's just what we call those things. And those are things we can only observe so much. So we don't actually know what a rock is. We're just calling it.
No, but I should say a thing is that thing. It's not another thing. I should use a specific example, but I would say a thing is that thing. It's not a different thing. That is a law of non-contradiction. I think that's right. So without picking a specific thing, a thing is that thing. It's not another thing. I should have put it like that, really.
Okay.
But the objective value of that thing could be, it's always going to be down to the subjective mind.
Yeah, once you go into a specific thing and saying a rock is a rock, that is.
Then once it's identified as what it is, then it's up to the individual to interpret. If I build a house with that, I'm gonna make a bridge, and throw it that old lady trying to cross the street.
At that point, that is subjective, but just saying that a thing is what it is, it's not what it's not. That is the law. Yeah,
that's an interesting point, as Space Cadet was saying, and you guys are going into about the rock being a rock, are defining it. So it is objectively.
We're identifying an object.
It objectively exists as itself, but is that something that can be done with morality? Can it exist on its own, and we convolute it, we define it, we redefine it, we get in the way of it, in fact? And that's that's what life is showing us in some ways.
Yeah, but at that point, we're going beyond the law of logic. The law is the thing it is. It's not something else. At that point, you're defining like a specific thing. You're going beyond what the law is, and the law is objective. What humans make of it after that is going beyond the law, if you know what I mean.
But even the laws of logic, as you might say, are still things that we came up with to explain things that we can observe. Like those laws, we can observe them working to a certain point through our limited observation, but they may not actually be like, non-flexible absolute laws. Like they could be in other places in the universe altered in some way so that they don't work the same as we're observing them here. So
I don't see how that. I mean, it's not been demonstrated that that's not possible, but I don't see how a thing could not be that thing that it is. It's just definitional. A thing is that thing. It's not another thing.
Yeah, because no matter how
the way you go, I don't know how that could be different anywhere.
Because no matter how different it is in any part of space, time or space, it's still your subjective ability of yourself to adhere to those laws. You're not going to magically switch over and adjust yourself to the gravity of another planet. If you're in your element now, then you're going to be subjected to those laws in a different way and have to take a value on those laws through your own subjectivity, because it will be different.
Yeah, I think Richard's put it better than I did. The subjective attribute within that which is objective is less than perfect understanding. So once you get into how we understand it and how we define things, it gets away from the law. The actual law is A equals A. That is the law. A equals A. Once you get into our definition of different things, and that's where it becomes, like Richard said, less than perfect. But the actual law is objective.
We bunge it up.
It could, we mess it up, yeah. I nearly swore.
It's possible that our so-called progress, our human progress, is growing into something that will be objective, but we're just not there yet. We're not good enough. We're not worthy. Not yet.
What's up, Richard? Richard was trying to get at. What was he trying to get at there? Third law. If Wildheart thinks the third law is listed third, then his understanding of the third law is flawed through the law is perfect.
Yeah, if my understanding doesn't match up to the actual law, then it's me. Like especially that we're saying, it's me that's got the problem. It's me filtering it through my mind that it fucks up. If you know what I mean. The actual law is perfect. A equals A. Anything after that is going through my mind, and it's me filtering it that is making it not perfect. I think is what he's trying to say. And welcome, William Friedman. Thanks for watching. Peace and respect. And welcome, Pixie. Good to see you.
Pixie.
How's it going?
Good. Getting my Discord together.
Ooh.
Cool. You'll have to give us a link to that. Yeah. Yeah, so it goes back to like morality. If that explanation of laws of logic is like acceptable, then you have to come up with a similar thing for morality that kind of demonstrates that there isn't an objective. We know there is subjective morality. We just know that because everyone has a different opinion and it's subject to a mind. If you're suggesting beyond that there's an objective morality, you have to kind of give a similar demonstration for an objective morality.
Yeah, that's.
That I think we've done for laws of logic.
It's going to be, it's going to be difficult. I think that one of the things that I'm wrestling with here is the fact that when we introduce and consider morality as subjective, we reduce it to mere opinion. We undeniably do, and at best we can get an agreement, which is going to put it in a category that's going to be logically fallacious. In fact, right?
I mean, opinion makes it sound so. I think it makes it sound lesser than what it actually is, which I think is, like when you say I have a gut reaction to certain things. Like I don't think that that's opinion. I think that's somehow like instilled in us.
See, I agree with you. I think it is bigger than that, and I think the danger of subjective morality is it undeniably gets reduced to opinion and preference, and that's what I'm wrestling with. Is it feels more. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, even if you have a gut feeling that it's wrong, that's still your gut feeling. It's subjective because another person might not have that gut feeling. It's still subjective in that sense. Well, even if you're not thinking about it, you know what I mean.
But there's power. I think what she's getting at is there's more powerful, more power that it entails than a mere opinion or preference. When something goes wrong, you feel it in your gut, you feel it in your heart, you start sweating. Like there's something more powerful about morality than a mere preference or opinion.
Yeah.
And
I get that,
and someone who maybe doesn't have that reaction is like someone who has a mental issue, like psychopath.
Well, that's the thing. The subjective argument says that they don't have an issue. It's just their opinion. It's just their morality.
But doesn't that show that it's subject to the mind? Even if it's a gut reaction, it's still subject to the mind because every different person doesn't have that gut reaction. It's clearly something that's going on in the mind, even if it's subconscious, that's causing that gut reaction. You know what I mean? So it still makes it subjective, I would say.
The psychopath is on a level playing field with what you may consider the most moral person you know with subjective reality, right?
I don't know about that. Are they? Well, because they make decisions with very little empathy or none. No remorse.
The fact that how they get there is irrelevant in subjective morality. It's just their preference.
Oh, but I don't know if it's a preference thing when psychopaths are actually like, some are born, some are made. Made through abuse and
also
stuff like
not
that.
Relevant though. Also not relevant, right? I'm saying if morality is subjective, it doesn't matter who thinks it, who believes it, how they got there, who they are, what they think that thing is moral or immoral. If they think that killing you is moral.
Welcome, Red Eye. Sorry, I can just interrupt. Welcome, Red Eye. I think I remember you from Pink Pimp Monk's stream, so I've let. Yeah, you're fine. All right, just checking. Carry on.
I guess what I'm just getting at is that like the psychopath doesn't necessarily have a choice. If they are born that way, that's like a disability of sorts. It's a disability to.
I'm sorry to cut you off again, but I think that again
No.
is not relevant though. Like I think you're missing the point of like the preference of subjective morality. It doesn't matter how they're born, who they are, how they got there, what happened to them. Subjective morality reduces it to an opinion. You don't like this person wants to kill you. That's their opinion. You have yours. There is no right. There is no wrong. No matter.
I disagree with that completely.
I don't know if
because I think you can have subjective morality and still have things like social contracts, right? Because yeah, while it may be easy to go steal other people's stuff, you definitely don't want people stealing from you. And so you make these societal contracts in order to live in numbers because there's safety in numbers and because we're social creatures, right? So just because it's subjective doesn't mean it's one versus one, or that things like laws or common acceptance of particular morals can't be a thing. That just doesn't make any sense.
Well, no, but now you're just going into an ad populum, like what's popular appeal or social contract or social appeal. It's not changing.
That's kind of what works. Yeah.
Is that not how laws are made?
Well, I'm not.
Is that not how governments are formed?
Right?
Pixie, we're trying to kind of demonstrate that objective morality exists. Once you get into whether objective morality is, what's better for people, that's
No,
kind of.
but that's what I'm saying, though. He's saying that if it's subjective, it's like I don't. Never mind. Continue.
No. I'm trying to demonstrate that. Like,
I know what you mean. I agree. It's just that we're trying to figure out between objective and subjective, and whether subjective can be better for society is kind of a different.
Who argues subjective and how?
I'm trying to come from a backdoor angle because, like, Wildheart has made some good points that it's very difficult to prove an objective morality exists. I cannot do that. So I'm coming at a backdoor, like, well, okay, if it is just subjective, let's think of what it really means to be subjective. And whereas the social contracts are important, I'm feeling that it really
yeah, no, please continue. Yep, no, my fault. Was misunderstanding.
If we're on to objective morality can't be demonstrated, and why subjective morality?
I really don't think it can be demonstrated, because even if you say that there's this supreme being and who decides morals and that he gave everybody morals, well, that's great, but it's still subjective because it's based on his mind and what he thinks is moral. So I don't understand the point of that to begin with, but continue. Yeah. Sorry.
Well, yeah,
I think we've got to the point where we agree that objective morality, even if it exists, it can't be demonstrated to exist. So we should get onto how subjective morality works. And yeah, your point, Picture. How is that? How does that work for society? And what's best? I can see Red Eye disagreeing, possibly.
I do.
I'm curious about what he has to say.
It's amazing because I use the vegetarian thing. Vegetarians always say, well, we don't want to kill animals and hurt them. Well, that's great. If I threw you out in the middle of a playing field and you're sitting there with your little infant in a hut and a pack of wolves comes over and the first thing to do is go after your infant, are you going to hurt that wolf because you don't want to kill animals?
Yeah.
So he's going to go against
in the end, we live in such luxury that we all have this opinion, but we're all survival mode. I know for me as a dad, if I was sitting there camping and a pack of wolves came over to my daughter, dude, those wolves are done. And then I'm going to make some shoes out of it and a coat and eat it.
So he doesn't want to kill the wolf. You put him in a situation where he needs to kill the wolf to save the infant. What have you really proved, though, that he's willing to kill?
But I'm going with the logic to what a vegetarian's like, which is we don't eat meat. And it's who are we to kill animals?
So you put him in a situation where he needs to kill an animal to save his infant. You've proved that he will kill an animal to save his infant.
Correct. Even though their moral conscience is saying, I would never eat animals. I would never kill a cow. And that's another thing. Take a vegetarian and starve them for about a year. If they can last that long, they'll eat a piece of steak in a second.
So your point doesn't change their moral philosophy. It just puts them in a situation where they have to fight to
It
survive.
did change their moral philosophy because of the
No.
situation.
No, we're talking about objective and subjective morality, but I think we all agree that if it was the choice between a wolf and your own child, you'd kill the wolf. I think everyone.
Yeah, but
you haven't proven that they're not vegetarian with a philosophy against killing animals. Really, you just put them in a situation where they had to choose over their child or the animal. They still didn't necessarily want to kill the wolf. They still might feel bad about it, and they still don't want to kill and eat animals, right? When they're done.
So when push comes to shove, when things get going hard, they'll break their beliefs to survive.
Well, yeah, right. You put them in a situation where they have
so thus your
go
beliefs can change. Your beliefs can change on a whim.
Well, how do you back that up in all cases? How would you prove that to be true in all cases?
Because if you're subject to a moral compass and this is what you believe, then you believe it, not because of the situation of the environment of a difficulty that can come your way. And then you're like, hey, it's difficult right now. I got to change my ways of believing who I am. Then you really had no belief to begin with.
I don't know about that, because you can be put in a situation where you're going against your moral belief and feel like you have to do it and still maintain your moral belief and have remorse afterwards.
Oh, so it's remorse. Okay. I like that. I like remorse. That's well
I don't
said.
understand that. What you mean by that?
I mean,
I'm loving this discussion, guys. This is awesome.
I just think that people walk away or walk in our societies holier than thou for whatever reasons.
Okay, but look,
And,
I want to cut you off, but you're kind of generalizing into a straw man right now, aren't you?
Huh?
I don't mean to cut you off, but you're kind of generalizing into a straw man. I didn't want you to necessarily go down that road. Talking about society and holier than thou.
Well, holier, not religious wise. But I mean, if you believe in something pure-heartedly, this is what I believe. You should not change your belief because of hardships.
I mean, I agree to that, but when you put a kid and a wolf in a vegetarian situation, like
how about you? How about the person itself?
That's subject to the individual's constitution, their personal constitution.
Say again?
I said that's subject to the individual's like personal fortitude or constitution. Like you might be the kind of guy who believes in something and is willing to endure all sorts of torture and pain before you would give in to that. And other people might value their survival a little bit higher or their pain threshold and give in. But like he's saying, it doesn't change that they still hold the same beliefs. They've just been put in a situation where they could hold out no longer.
Yeah, compromised.
Yeah. I also go with like it's just to say hypothetically, it's the chauvinistic male, right? And he goes, ladies first, and then the boat's sinking, and he's the first to jump on. When you're put into situations that's life or death, survival mode, people's beliefs and what they think change rapidly quick. And thus we can go around every day and say, this is what I believe, this is my opinion on something. It's like, put yourself in a hardship. You might change. You can be broken really quick.
Yeah, that
That's
makes me
true, but like let's say that 99% of the time they don't have to deal with a hardship and they can exercise their beliefs in a way that they feel good about and all that stuff. And of course, like if a person is in a situation where they're faced with their own survival, they have to make a choice. Either I have my beliefs and my personal morals, or I'm forced to break them in order to get out of this deadly situation. It's just a matter of choosing. And we have such a hardwired drive for survival that I don't know, like if it's a matter of even choice at that point. I mean, some people have gone on a hunger strike, right, and died. Some people have gone and set themselves on fire and protest and died that way. Their beliefs at that point were stronger than their will to survive. But I think that it's a very hardwired thing, and to sort of chide someone and say, see, like you don't really actually believe that, your beliefs aren't really that strong. because they chose to survive is kind of petty to me.
Struggle kind of refines
I do agree with you.
your values.
And there are many people that will do that. And those are people I would say you stood up for your belief. That's what you did. I'm just saying for the general population there, most people voice their opinions on stuff. And in the end, when it comes pushing the shove, they're more like, hey, see you later, bye.
Well,
I'll drop it down. I'll pick it up later.
this is great for the conversation on subjective morality, actually, because when it comes down to it, if morality is subjective, you can't truly say you ought not to do that. You ought not to do that to me, because your morality versus my morality is just a matter of preference. You think this, I think that. You're neither right or wrong, and I'm neither right or wrong. So this is a great point to subjective morality and how it can be easily compromised. Right?
Well, that's what human beings communicate. That's what we do. That's what we naturally do, and we come up with ideas that we share, and we that's part of the process. What you're doing is just separating it again.
Well, you even look at the principles of marriage. I mean, you make vows, and then it's so easy when push comes to shove. You're like, I can't deal with this. I'm gone. See you later. So the whole thing is people need to start making true commitments to what they believe in and stick with it. Don't give up the first try when something goes hard or things go bad. You gotta fight through shit. And this is where the world's problem is no one wants to go to the next level. It's easier to give up. You believe in one thing, or you make a vow for one thing, and then you just say, I'm done. It's too hard.
But doesn't subjective morality make that more feasible? Because whenever you want that change or you want to give up, you just say, you know what? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's not morally right for me to do this. I'm just going to do this, and this is going to be morally right.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we learn. That's what whole life is. It's a constant learning. You could say, hey, I'm never going to eat, I don't know, piece of steak or whatever. I'm not picking on vegetarians, but whatever. And then you find out, man, it's pretty yummy. I changed my thought. And that is changing your thought. But to repeat the same mistake over after you eat the steak, and then you go, you know what, I'm a vegetarian again or whatever. It's like, well, you should have learned the first time. Or you get married. So say you get married and you're like, hey, I love you. Death do us part. Mm-hmm. And then you guys get in one fight, and then you divorce, and then you go get married again. And then you're like, oh, something came up. It's really hardship. I want to divorce again.
I mean, if you want to have like an objective, moral, narrow road, you're going to have to kill the trees on either side. And that's, you know what that means. It's going to be a standard set. You're going to have the standard set of ideals. You have to have a standard narrow objective morality that everybody could adhere to. So you're going to have to eliminate all the minds that do not have that, like you would breed dogs. That's probably the only way you're to get that out of because human beings, side of nature, we're a variant of every type of animals. Penguins couple for life. Other birds cheat on their mates. Some animals will attack and kill just for survival. Others will run and hide and scurry. We're a combination of all these things. So we have to eliminate the combinations we don't like, and then we come with more of a docile what you're looking for. But then you're going to go into subjective mindsets of each of those mind groups, and then you're going to have wars against each other. Who's going to win it out?
I agree. But
I'd like to see all that written down.
A true person, and I don't want to cut you off, but a true person will always win through suffering or forgiveness. You cannot tell me anybody who suffered did not learn something and progress further, or anybody who showed forgiveness did not learn how to survive further.
Well, some suffering brings regret, and then you have a negative on society because of the suffering of that person. Just because somebody suffers, then they're going to learn. They're going to go to the positive. They could go lead toward the negative.
They could go to death.
They could just get damaged.
Well, you can't. In that, yeah, I agree with that. But why go to regret? Life is too short to have regrets.
That doesn't really. Is that really your philosophy?
Regrets, you can't have regrets. You can't. There's no take backsies, as they say.
It's not necessarily a take back. I mean, you reflect and regret, like I should not have done that. See, that's again, if where subjective morality can just say, well, I don't need regrets. I don't have to have them. I can do what I want. I can do as I will. I'll just keep going. Life's too short, and fuck it.
No, because regret would be like this: you get in an automobile, you're drinking and driving, and you get in a car accident, and you lose your arm, right? Now, you can have regret for the rest of your life and be like, I shouldn't have done that. Or you can learn through that suffering and say, not going to do that again. And I've learned from that. although I don't have an arm anymore. But if you can get past that stage and say, I can't beat myself up over something I did stupid, I can only learn. And I also paid a price of suffering, which is you lost your arm, or vice versa. Say you're in an automobile and you drive down the road and you're not even drinking. You just actually, a kid runs out and you smack them. And you're like, wow. And you can have all this guilt and conscience. And you're like, man, I was coming home from work. It just happened. And then the other person goes, hey, you killed my son or daughter, but I forgive you. So and that person's opening up to give forgiveness towards that. You can say, well, you shouldn't forgive me. I killed your kid. But they're going to learn something, and you're going to learn something on the flip side of that.
Or it could be the opposite of that, where you're like, hey, it wasn't my fault. Like it was, I couldn't see him. He came out of nowhere. He shouldn't have been running out in the street, blah, blah, blah.
Absolutely.
You really want them to see your logical point of view, but they're coming from a purely emotional space saying, my son is gone and it's your fault.
And absolutely.
Sorry, can I just say, am I the only one, when you mentioned a car crash where someone lost their arm, am I the only one who thought of Def Leppard drummer?
One more time.
No, Def Leppard.
I didn't hear
Sorry,
that.
carry on.
Yeah, all I'm just trying to say is you learn from suffering and you learn through forgiveness. Whatever tragic events hit in people, this is what life is. If everything was just all peaches and cream, then it would be a pretty boring place. We need tragedy, we need good, we need bad, we need evil. That's all I'm going to say.
Can you think of an example where there will be suffering, but no, you don't gain anything from it? Can you think of an example? Can you think of an example where there would be suffering, but you would learn nothing from it? There would be no benefits from that suffering.
I can't think of
I can
anything.
think of one.
I can think of something.
Yeah.
Like what?
How about the rape of a toddler? That toddler suffers. It suffers its whole life because of that incident. And then
that's true, but for
You learn not to send them to public school.
Maybe 20 years later, that person goes through some therapy that helps them mend it, but they suffer for all that time, and they don't even get to like their best possible self. They just get to a new baseline that they can deal with,
But the person who did the raping, would they not consider it a benefit to them? I'm saying in no way could there be any benefit whatsoever for anyone in the situation, is what I mean.
I really wanted to address her real quick on. So a toddler gets raped, which is a horrible thing. Whether it's man or woman, does not matter. And in the end, there are children who have come from a horrific thing and have progressed to become outstanding citizens. It's kind of the same principle saying the toddler's in the crib and there's a house fire and they get third-degree burns all over their body. There's people who've come back from that. And that's guidance from adults that give it to them and say encouragement. It's like, hey, a horrific thing happened to you, and positively encourage them, but you still have a life. You got to put the tragedy behind you, accept it, and still move forward. Or you can be like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh and just walk around with your head down for the rest of your life and say, this happened to me, and I want sympathy all the time. And sooner or later, you're not going to get anywhere.
I mean, but that's
I think
circumstance, if that person is kind of like broken and they don't feel like they can recover, and they just keep to themselves and live like a quiet and somewhat sad life, what is that detriment to society? There is none.
They're not going to give to society. They'll only take from society.
That's not necessarily true.
You just said it. I mean, if you can't get over your hardships or something that happened to you, the only thing you're going to want is self-pity from others to say, this is what happened to me. And you're going to continue in a rut, and you're never going to move from that rut. And thus,
I agree with Space Cadet on that, man. I don't think it takes anything from society for them to be like just self-focused.
It just takes.
It's just that's their choice.
Yeah.
Right. I agree with you too that they're not moving forward. But like all the way up to that point, I agreed with you.
It takes them away from society when they could have been some kind of contributor. Like society is sort of robbed of their best self that they could have been, but that best self doesn't exist because of the circumstance. So it's kind of a tricky one. Like I don't know where it fits in
bad
the
stuff's
whole
going to happen in everybody's life. Bad stuff's going to happen. They got to get over it.
I'm just trying to come from the idea that I'm not sure that suffering is required for some kind of good to come out of it, or for knowledge to be gained, or
it's an opportunity for it.
It is. Yeah, it can be, for sure. It can be.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, that I went away.
Oh, we lost Red.
I guess so, yeah.
I just want to bring up the point from Richard. When the suffering resulted in death and no one else knew it happened or that they existed, would that be a case where there was no benefit, even though there was suffering?
I'm sure that happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would the benefit be, right?
Yeah, there's no benefit to anyone. So my point was that not all suffering results in any kind of benefit for anyone, and people are leaving. I think this might be a good time for a musical interlude.
Go for
it. Excuse me. This is thanks to Red. You reminded me of 2 Metallica songs in short order, which is weird. Is that playing? It's muted, that's why. I was going to explain some. Come on, let's get down to 0. 6 viewers. JG, so you know we do a lot of karaoke. It's about every hour, 1 song, and then that's it.
Okay.
No more the crap bubbles at your mouth again. How to change your brain, you're so gelatin. Little whispers circle around your head. Why don't you worry about yourself instead? Who are you? Where you been? Where you from? That's a pen on the tip of your tongue. So much you believe yourself. Judge not, lest you be judge yourself. Holier than thou, you are. Holier than thou, you are. You know not. Before you judge me, take a look at you. Can't you find something better to do? Point the finger slow to understand. Arrogance and ignorance go hand in hand. I apologize for the spell, right? I'm not sure. It's not who you are, it's who you know. Yeah. Burn your bill and back as well. Judge not what she be, judge yourself. You are holier than thou. You are. You know not. Who the hell are you? If we get back to the finish, why do I do karaoke? not got an Easter egg. We wouldn't give it an Easter egg. But, I don't know when Easter was, but somebody wants to give me an Easter egg. Oh shit. You are holier than thou. You are holier than thou. You know not. That was shit, wasn't it? Sorry. Sorry, carry on. I've just hit. Yeah, so I've just hit the controller so hard on my knee that the batteries have come out. So I'll be right back. I just have to start all right. Carry on.
What is holier than thou? Is that? I never heard of them.
Sorry, that's my fault for interrupting with the music. Yeah, to get back onto the morality thing, although several people have left. Any thoughts? I just have to find my controller battery pack and put the battery back in.
I wanted to hear more about the breakdown of what it means to have sort of subjective morality in society.
Will, so do you believe in objective morality?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. Where does that objectivity come from?
The programming, the
Programming.
DNA. I don't know. The code, the DNA, our programming.
Yeah, but if DNA results in humans and humans have a different, because DNA would result in a human mind and it will be subject to the human mind. Objective means outside of the opinion of a mind. So DNA.
Right, I'm saying that we're designed that we're designed that way. To have principles as kind of an instinctive thing, the way that animals have instinctive behaviors.
No, that would explain morality, but it wouldn't be objective because it would be subject to a mind.
Now, I'm not sure what you're asking.
How can I put it?
Oh, you mean to include beyond that?
Yeah, like the laws of logic are objective because.
Do I think that the God is bound by the laws, or if the laws exist only because of him?
Basically, for there to be objective morality, it has to be outside of a mind, outside of any mind.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So it would have to exist independent of God.
Yeah.
Wait, independent of God, you said?
Yeah.
Oh,
by his definition.
Yeah.
Okay, because you would.
No, just by his definition, the one he's using.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I might have the definition wrong. Yeah, but that.
You said it has to exist outside of all minds.
Yeah.
So that would include God.
Yeah. So given that definition, even though I admit it may be wrong, given that definition, do you think that objective morality exists?
No, I don't know. I can't really say based on the definition that you've given me, because that's the chicken and egg, conversation again. Like, which came first? Is God bound by objective morality, or does our morality exist only because of the existence of God?
But can you think of a reason why how morality could exist outside of a mind? Can you think of an example of how, or can you give an explanation of how morality would exist outside of a mind? I can't.
I don't know. I'm sort of in a box with your definition.
Yeah, but I think there might be several, to be perfectly fair, I think there might be several definitions of objective and subjective. I'm using the definition that says subjective means subject to a mind. That's the definition I'm using. But that might not be the right definition for this context, if you know what I mean. So I'm trying to be as honest as I can. Yeah.
I mean,
But given
subjective
that,
just means opinion, right?
subjective means subject to a mind. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, yeah.
Okay, so with what JG was saying earlier, it sort of, we really can't say aught about anything. We really can't condemn the actions of anything. So why do we do that?
Uh, uh, because yeah, even though it isn't objective, like Pixie was saying, even though it isn't objective, we still have to live in societies. That's why we do it. We still have to lock up those who are dangerous to other people.
Oh, aren't we
Even
just agreeing on shared morality?
yeah.
No, because
Oh no, no.
yes and no, right? Yes and no, because what we agree to here isn't what they agree to halfway across the world, right? So if we were all just agreeing on these pre-existing moralities, then it should be uniform globally, and we don't see that. We see an emergence based on culture and based on agreements made within particular cultures.
He's asking if it's just ad populum, ultimately, subjective morality.
Well, yeah, in society, pretty much. That's why we have laws and things.
Okay,
So
so
they're really,
they're agreeing that some things are moral and right, and they're agreeing in mass.
And not necessarily ad populum, right? Because that's the thing about having a republic rather than a democracy. They can pass things that are not necessarily popular with their constituents, right? It's just different societies come upon these agreements differently. In
well, that
some
would be an appeal
societies,
to
it's a
authority.
dictatorship, you know? I mean,
So that's an appeal to authority or ad populum. Sorry.
If it goes on, sorry, can you repeat the last thing, Pixie? I was distracted.
no, I was saying, like, if societies were agreeing upon pre-existing morals, right? Morals that were objective, if we were like coming together as societies to agree on these morals that we innately understood, then it would be, you would expect to see a more you would expect to see more uniformity in the
But you
way
said
that
yourself
these
that
morals are
governments aren't
exercised
necessarily
globally,
reflective.
right? But
And
right, they're not.
I would say at this point we've got
But
rid
Exactly.
of objective morality.
not
I
not
would say,
always, but sometimes they are. It depends. That's what I'm saying. And you can't say, how
The
did you
social
come to
contract,
this?
right? But when you said social contract earlier, you're implying normally an agreement that involves like a government ideal, laws that enforce a certain morality, right?
I,
Well, I mean,
So
yes
with
and no. I
governments
mean,
not reflecting the people, just
no,
saying.
I mean that on all levels. You make social contracts in your daily life with your family members, with your friends, with the people you have relationships with you know, like any clubs you are in, with your church members, with government, all the way up. Yeah, you make these little social contracts.
That's tricky because sometimes they're
Based
assumed,
on what?
right?
I'm sorry, go ahead, JG.
No, that's kind of what I'm saying too. That's a tricky claim, like social contract, because some people assume it, some people don't, and then some people will tell you you're in one, and you don't realize it, and so forth and so on. So what's it based on? Yeah.
No, I think you as a person, I'm not saying everybody around you has entered this contract with you. I'm saying you as a person make little, like, yes, we have we on the bigger scale, we have social contracts with like the government and laws and municipalities and things like that. But on a smaller scale, we all make these little tiny social contracts without even realizing it, right? We all
You
make
don't
them.
think we're instinctively
I'm not
agreeing with
saying
what we
other
believe is right?
people I'm not saying other people make them on my behalf. Yes and no. Yes and no. For example,
How
like,
diverse
if
are we?
hold on, for let me give you an example, and it's a stupid one and it's a weird one, but it's an example, okay? Like, for something that has no morality in it, it's amoral. There's no morality in it, but you still make a social contract based around it. For example, picking your nose. You didn't stop picking your nose because it was evil or immoral. You stopped because people told you that it was bad and you shouldn't do this, and you subjectively made this societal contract. You just, okay, this is not accepted in society. And we do these things on a daily basis because we're
People pick their
adaptive
nose at home.
creatures.
Yeah, they're
But
applying a
But that
morale.
doesn't, but you're not running around doing it in public like you did when you were 2 and 3. The point
That's
is,
not a moral stance. I'm
exactly,
sorry, maybe
it's
I'm.
amoral. It's amoral.
Yeah.
But that's
Okay,
what
I
I'm
get what you're
saying.
saying.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like, so we make them with amoral decisions and with moral
But I
decisions.
don't murder old people
I'm not
just because
saying,
of peer pressure.
Can
right, I'm
you
not
just
saying you do. That's a completely different
Sorry,
thing.
can I interrupt? Just say hello, Jamie Russell. Thanks for joining. I apologise for before, and I am not going to sing a song called "No Cock Like Horse Cock." I'm sure guys. I'm sure it's a great song, but I'm not going to sing it. Carry on.
Right, like I said, that was an amoral example, like just a stupid little trivial example, right? But we do these
Yeah,
things with much bigger concepts as well.
Okay.
The problem is the grounding of those alleged social contracts. Because if anyone wants to contest it, there's going to be a huge problem, right?
Well, the thing is, we're not free from influence, right? The thing is, we're not. We're always perceiving things through the lens of the world we were brought up in, right? We just are, whether we like it or not. And so, I mean, you think we all have these common morals here, right? But you go overseas to another country with a completely different set of morals, and they all think they have the right morals, and that should be the morals everywhere. And some of their morals don't make sense to us, right? So, are we doing it intuitively? Are we really, or are we social creatures who need a sense of belonging in society? I don't know. I don't claim to know, but
No,
I would
I would
expect
say,
it to be more homogenous if it was this intuitive
yeah,
thing
exactly.
written on our hearts.
Well, your expectation.
If it's if it's geography specific, then it can't be like say homogenous, and if it's down to where you live, then it can't be
cultural. I would say cultural. If it's culturally specific, then it's hard to say that, oh, it's this thing we all innately agree on somehow.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like belief in God, or which kind of God. That's if you were born in Asia or India, you will believe in a certain God. If you're born in the West, you will believe in Jesus.
Yeah, but that's genetic fallacy sometimes.
Yeah, but why would it be different if there was?
Sometimes it insults people who are of a certain faith. You know, like I've heard people claim that, like, oh, you're just this faith because you're born in this country, and there's people in that country that don't have that faith, and so forth and so on. It's a wide assumption, so it becomes a genetic fallacy.
But yeah, no, carry on. That's a rabbit trail, I think.
All right.
I just got to say, I am for youths in Asia.
What is this?
Yeah, I got that. That's good. Yeah, that's good.
I will fuck that up and somebody will clip it. So I'm not going to go there and just say, yay, young people in Asia.
Sorry, I'm a dork.
So I think I thought William was making a point about oughts, right? Like claiming oughts. How do you claim oughts in a subjective moral worldview? How do you say you ought not to do that? You ought not to do that to me. How do you really apply that?
I think I'm gonna appeal to Matt Dillahunter. Yeah, I have to do it. It's all I know. If we can agree that what is it? What's the thing he says? Well-being. If we can agree that well-being is the basis of morality, then from that point onwards, we can agree that there are objective facts that we can get, but we have to agree that is subjective. It's subjective that well-being should be the thing that we agree on.
It's
But
just-
after we get after that point, we can agree on what is objectively better to achieve that goal. So it's subjective initially, but once we agree on that, then it becomes
it's got like
objective.
It resembles
extra.
objectivity.
Yeah,
He's
it's
entered
as
an.
close as we can get, basically. Yeah.
It's like a ad populum with an extra step added, maybe.
Yeah. We have to agree on that first. If you don't
But
agree on that, there's nothing
We
I
have
can
to
do.
agree that
But the have
life
to,
is good.
the
Yeah.
have to is just assuming.
No, I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying if you agree on that, then after that point we can agree that there are objective facts that would lead to the best outcome.
Okay, well, let me ask you something on that.
But there's no objective. It's subjective to pick well-being at the beginning. You know what I mean?
If we all agree on a moral principle, let's say, or the majority does, well, then should we use the civil arm of the state to enforce it as a law?
I would say that would be slightly unfair if everyone doesn't agree that well-being is the basis of morality. To enforce it would be slightly unfair.
You got to unpack well-being. My well-being may be taking from you.
Yeah, well, I mean, but why not? Bring it into law to further the moral cause that everybody's decided is right?
Yeah, I'm saying it's not a perfect system, but there is, given that we can't demonstrate that objective morality exists, then in that case there would be no perfect system.
Right. So why? Yeah,
Well,
right. I get that position. I think it's reasonable.
Yeah.
I wonder if that is the case, though. Why? Like, so I'm looking for a reason why, under that model of morality, we wouldn't want to make it a civil law.
Because if everyone doesn't agree, I could be wrong, but I think it would be unfair to make it a law if not everyone agrees on it.
Why though? Why? That's my point. I thought you'd say that, but I'm wondering
Because
why based under your model without God and it's subjective, but we all agree on it. What is in principle wrong with making it a law? Civil?
No, I'm saying if everyone doesn't agree on it, if there are people that don't agree on it, if you make it a law, then there'll be people that don't agree on the basis for it, which is subjective. To make it a law would apply to everyone, and there are people that won't agree on it.
Yeah, indeed. But there's a thing called the moral contract theory of morality, which is its claim is objective, but it has to be with. So if you make a moral, I mean, do you agree with that idea?
You have to explain that to me. I'm a bit sick.
Right.
Sorry, what is that concept?
Well, it's like where everybody essentially it's saying there is an objective morality, but we all just like kind of socially agree on it, and that is so. It's essentially what you're saying, and by it's objective or whatever.
Yeah, no. If everyone in the society agreed, then you could make a law about it. I'm saying the trouble comes when if some people don't agree that well-being is the basis of morality. If some people don't agree on that, and then you make a law about it, it's kind of not fair on the people who don't agree to begin with.
So then, in no sense, it's objective. In no sense, is it objective then?
No, this is kind of given the fact that I don't think objective morality exists, and I think we've all agreed that it can't be demonstrated either way. So you have to work with subjective. So
sure. What would the world look like if there was an objective morality that was, say, dictated by God, let's say, by his own character or his own nature, and that's dictated because he creates the world? Does that make sense? Would that be possible? Yeah. What would it look like?
That's a good question. If anyone has any thoughts on that,
I just don't understand why that would not in turn be subjective, because it comes down to one being and the mind of that being.
Yeah. I might be, I don't know I'm repeating myself, but I might be using the definition of objective wrong. But if it's subject to a mind, even God's mind, it is subjective. So if it's subject to God's mind, it will still be subjective, not objective.
But
I could go with that.
Well, the thing is you would exclude the creator. There's the possibility of that. Like you could say the creator has subjective morality, but the creator might say that the morality is objective. The actualizer.
Well, then in that same
You
way,
could say that, yeah, but it wouldn't be true.
in that
Because it
same way,
would still be subject to a mind, whether he tells you it's not.
right, because in that same way, laws would be objective rather than subjective, because no
Yeah.
matter how they came about, if everybody's subject to them with no refuse from it, then that too becomes objective.
The prime mover
So
could have an exception from all the rules that
So
we think are
special
applicable.
pleading.
Is that special pleading? Yeah.
It's a
Well,
use-
yeah,
you guys know the use of
Well,
prejudice.
hold on.
the prime
Hold
mover
on.
would have
What is
special
it called?
pleading, wouldn't it?
Tell me how to classify this, if you would, because there's some brilliant minds in this hangout. So, based on instinct, okay, and I don't know how you define what that is, but it if we are in the image of the Creator, as the Christian Bible talks about, if that was the case, would not like we share an instinct based on his his personal, I guess, makeup?
Maybe to certain degrees, yes.
No, that will still make it subjective because even instinct is based on the mind. Even if it's
Well, no,
subconscious.
Share my screen.
Can you
so
not
like a
have
shared
legitimate-
instinct.
In a minute, Jimmy. But I'm saying even instinct is based at some level on the mind. You must agree that instinct comes from the mind, even if it's subconscious. Even if you don't know what's going on, it still comes from the mind. It has to.
I'm actually
Yeah.
helping you. I'm helping you with my.
All right. So that's true. Yeah. Sorry. Youth of God element. Yeah, that's a good one.
Is I wanted to ask about special pleading. Is that always a wrong action when you're talking about a creator going out? I mean, you're
Yeah.
going to go outside of logic, right?
Yes, it's logically fallacious. Yes, so
No, I'm
it's
saying
all
when you're talking about a creator,
you're
not
using-
necessarily just talking within the realm of logic, though.
it doesn't matter what that is in itself special pleading. If you're saying it's special pleading unless it says pertains to God, then that is in
No,
itself.
I understand, but there can be no exceptions to a special pleading. You're saying, like,
No,
you're
it's a logical fallacy. The
Well,
same
to
as
say
every
that-
other logical
to say that
fallacy.
something's
If you use a
outside-
logical fallacy in an argument,
so when you say God
it
is
can't be
love,
demonstrated
Well,
to be.
no, to say that something's
logical
outside of
fallacy.
logic means that you cannot logically argue for or demonstrate it. So then what's the point of the conversation
well,
at that point?
love is outside of logic, right? God is love.
No,
No, not always. I don't think love is always outside of logic.
But see, you realize that it's not always in. So that's a starting point.
No,
Well,
don't-
that depends on where you draw the line between infatuation and love, actually.
I don't think love is logical. It doesn't make logical sense, right?
no.
I mean,
Look,
No, I
see,
think it does.
okay.
love is a set of chemical things that happen in the brain so it is logical because it
No,
follows.
like that's a partial explanation of what happens chemically. It doesn't entail all
Right.
of what love is.
So give me an explanation of love that doesn't involve the chemicals of the human brain.
It's a commitment. It's a sacrifice. It's care for the
I,
other.
mean,
Right.
I didn't say it doesn't involve the chemicals. I'm saying they're not. It's
Yeah,
not
that
reducible or
was
limit.
unfair.
It's not
was
reducible
unfair.
or limit. It's not reducible.
Yeah.
or
So
limited
so
to the chemicals.
so give me the values of love that are outside of that.
Logic, like when you would like die for a child or die for your wife or sacrifice something that's illogical to life.
But you would
Not-
only
not-
die because of the chemicals that are going on in your brain that make you believe that you're
No. I mean, see, you're coming back to a reduction as though it's the explanation for the action. It's a part of it. It's a partial explanation. There's a pattern there. There's
Right, so
chemicals and
what's-
neurotransmitters involved. Doesn't
Right, so
explain it fully.
what's the? Give me the full explanation and what bits aren't due to chemicals in the brain.
Well, I don't know if I can give you the full explanation, Wild Heart, but love is a
Not
complex
full.
thing.
You know what I mean. Anything that's outside the chemicals of the brain that we can
Commitment.
demonstrate.
The fact that it's in the chemicals of the brain doesn't. Are you trying to keep that in the confines
try
of
it?
logic because of its placement?
Go on.
Can I try that?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so love is what stimulates the chemicals. When we were talking about earlier about brain waves or whatever, and with Ronan about seeing thoughts, and he mentioned using a scanner, I think it was Ronan, to see
Yeah.
it, but it's not really seeing the anything. But it's the same thing with chemicals. Like we can read that chemicals change, but what was the stimulus?
Right.
The stimulus is this unexplained illogical
Right.
love.
I get you. So what you're saying is there's something before the chemicals. What is that something that's before the chemicals?
Yeah.
Yes, the stimulus.
What is that?
It's an emotion. It's a feeling that translates. We read that by the chemical change.
But feelings and emotions are due
So
to
That might as well be just
You're
the
not-
chemical.
so
I
are
don't-
all emotions so all emotions are illogical?
That's an
What?
interesting
Isn't-
question. I mean,
Isn't love like commitment and sacrifice for somebody else?
that comes down to you have the chemicals first. The chemicals interact with your brain. You're saying that something comes before the chemicals. You have to demonstrate that.
I'm just saying that the chemical activity is a response to the stimulus, which is whatever you're perceiving and how you're feeling about whatever the situation is. And you could introduce those chemicals again, and your body will react the same way without the stimulus. But it's the way that the body reacts by releasing the chemicals. Is what I'm talking about. There's a stimulus.
When you get angry at somebody because of something they said, they're not the stimulus. What is the stimulus that angers you? Because all emotions are illogical, right?
The
They
way you
can't be described
process
by
the
logic.
situation. It's the way you're
So-
processing and
So
feeling
the way
about the
you
situation.
process the situation and the way you feel about the situation can account for your anger, but not for your love.
No, it's the same. It's similar to that.
So it still comes down to emotion. It still comes down to what's happening in the brain. There's nothing outside the brain. You don't need anything outside the brain to explain it, basically.
Well, it depends if you're talking like
And
virtue.
body. You
Is it a
have a
virtue or a
physiological response.
That's fine.
Well, are all emotions illogical? You asked that question. I thought that was interesting.
Well,
Seems like real love is more than just like a feeling or like a given feeling at a given moment of towards somebody else. You know, just it seems like actual love is
In
requires-
some ways, it's a choice, which
but
still
yeah,
requires the
that
mind.
doesn't explain anything.
real love is a choice. Good one. I like that
Real,
because it's not a
You have to
reaction.
demonstrate the kind of how it works, though. You can't just say it seems like it's more than. Well, it seems like you have to demonstrate. Give me the mechanism. Give me how it works.
Well, no,
Yeah,
I'm saying
the
I just
mech-
mean as a concept. It's a concept. It's more than a mere feeling. I mean, what real?
the
I look,
mechanism.
But a concept is within the mind. Are you saying it's something outside?
well, I mean, are
that
you
is
saying
outside the
are you
mind?
just going to equate humanity to just a given state of chemical reactions? I mean, I don't do that.
I'm just saying, is there anything that exists outside of the mind that is causing love, or an explanation for love, or is it just the mind and chemicals? Is there anything outside of that?
I think it's that. It's that physically, but it's much more than that.
But, right, what is the more? What is the much more than that? What is that?
Self-reflection and beauty and just like those
That
kinds
goes
of
on in
concepts.
the mind. That goes on in the mind.
Yeah, everything does. Everything's filtered through your mind. Sure.
Exactly.
Well,
So
what logic exists?
That was a. Yeah,
But logic we were talking about earlier exists outside mind and interacts with mind, right?
Yeah, that does. Yeah.
So we're processing the logic, but it's also outside of us. So why can't love be in a similar category, even though we haven't narrowed
Exactly.
it down?
So,
No,
so
it
you
is.
would have,
It is. Wait,
you
think
would
about
have to demonstrate that. Give me an aspect of
Wait,
love
no,
that
wait,
exists
wait.
outside of human mind, or outside of mind.
There's
It
no
goes
reason
back
for you to say
to-
logic is any different than love regarding your dispute
Yeah,
here.
but right, A equals A. That give me a similar thing that applies to love.
Well, it's a concept. It's when you care about somebody. If
If
there's
it's concept, then it's entirely within the mind. Therefore, it's not.
So it's
It's
logic.
not analogous to the laws of logic.
How so? How is it different?
Yeah,
Because a thing would still be a thing even if there were no minds.
So
A
yeah,
thing would still,
same with love. It would be
right. So love would exist without minds.
as a
Love would
concept,
exist.
as logic would.
It's
It's
a
just easier
concept
to tell.
is by definition within a mind. A concept is by definition within a mind.
Yes, that's logic too. In what way is logic outside the
I have to agree with Wildheart on. I hate saying that, but I do. I have to.
Yeah, I know.
The mind has to process logic, and
but it's also
love.
outside of the mind, so it's interacting. That's what we're trying to figure out, if we can show that love exists outside and interacts. And I think
So we're just processing love like we would logic.
well, not just
The
no, but we're trying to
description.
find a similar relationship there, if possible, similar to the starting subject of morality. We're trying to figure out if an objective morality exists outside of the mind and interacts with mind, not just in the mind as subjective morality.
Yeah, what do you guys mean by outside of the mind, anyways? Because I mean, nothing.
If you're
exists
saying this
outside of the mind.
concept, nothing exists outside of the mind.
No, I mean in the way you seem to be using it. I'm
Well,
saying
then
like,
nothing is.
I'm saying the concept of what love is would be still be love. You know, presuming
Right, so if there were no minds in the universe, if there were no minds in the universe, would love exist? If there were no minds,
no, neither would logic.
we agree. That's fine.
Well,
Okay,
you agree
I guess
that
I may have misunderstood because what he
Well,
said,
you-
you agree with
you
Wildheart.
agree-
You said what I think.
Hold on, you agree that logic wouldn't exist as well?
With no minds.
Wildheart?
No, I think logic would exist. The laws of logic, the three laws of logic, would exist whether there was mind or not. It has to.
Jamie?
Yeah, I think laws of logic are transcendental, but I think so is what love is. It's transcendental too.
I want to know what love is.
I mean, I can see the difference. There's obviously a difference because love requires like agency and individual minds or whatever. So in that sense, yeah, like logic, I think we attach it so much to like reality as being like a necessity of reality. Sure, in that way.
Sorry, that's what I was arguing though. Logic does exist outside of the mind, love does not. That was my whole point.
Jamie, do you have an argument about objective morality existing outside of the mind?
Yeah, I think, well, outside of our mind, yeah, I would say it exists in the person of God. So the point of me showing the Euthyphro dilemma, there's only one way out of it, and that is God doesn't say what's right because what is right is independent of himself, and he doesn't appoint arbitrary laws and just declare them, and that means they're righteous. It's not divine command theory, and it's not God submitting to rules outside of himself. Although you can kind of say that's kind of like what it is. I would say it's because of who God is, and he's the non-contingent source of being. So, and they're a reflection of his character. So
God,
it's because who God is.
God is morality.
God's person or nature is where morality comes from. It's a reflection of that.
Therefore, it would still be subjective because it's coming from the mind.
No, because he's creator of all things.
It doesn't matter. It's still coming from God's mind. Morality comes from God's mind.
Everything comes from God.
Therefore, it's subjective.
No, because they're a reflection of
subject to God's mind. It's subject to God's mind.
It's within existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
all
fine.
Existence is based on God's mind.
Yeah, so everything is subjective because it's subject to God's mind. That's what subjective means.
No, he's the non-contingent source of all things that exist.
If it's subject to God's mind, then it's subjective by definition. That is what subjective means. It means subject to a mind. Even if it's God's mind, it's still subjective.
It's going to be a contingent. It's going to be a special plead, like you're saying. There are real like appeals to authority. Sometimes there really is an authority, like a circular argument.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can be virtuous or vicious.
I know what you're saying. No. Pleading to authority it's only a fallacy if it's not an authority. It's badly named. An appeal to authority is not always a fallacy.
Right.
If the authority is an actual authority, it should be called an appeal to a false authority. That's the fallacy.
No, but here's the
special pleading is always a fallacy, even if it's God. It's still special pleading.
Well, what if God is special, right? Like you can still interact. With what you
it doesn't matter. It's still a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. It's not incoherent. It's totally
special pleading is a fallacy. Special pleading is a fallacy.
No, I know. No, you just made reference to the authority and false authority. You can construct that with special pleading too. You can say this actually is special. That's why there is pleading. You can do that as well. You see.
I think rather than approaching
Not
it
that
as
not.
special pleading, what he is trying to say is that to not approach it with a special plea would be the equivalent of a false equivalency being a logical fallacy in itself.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you're saying this applies
Which still
to
bothers
everything
me on
except
every
God,
level. I'm just trying
that's
to
a
be
special
fair.
pleading policy. If you're saying this thing applies to everything except God, that is special pleading, and special pleading
I,
is
But,
always
yeah,
a
but
fallacy.
what I'm asking you is, why is special pleading impossible necessarily?
Why is special pleading what? Sorry, I didn't hear the last word.
Impossible necessarily.
Because it's a fallacy.
No, well, that's just circular, right?
That's kind of special pleading for special pleading.
Well, yeah, I know. It's like this. It's this regress, right? But
Yeah.
I mean, because you're staying within the confines of logic, and I guess what I'm questioning is if you can ever deviate from logic, and it seems like you don't want to, and I understand that, but I'm wondering if that you can in some circumstances.
Can you deviate from logic?
Yeah.
Wait.
You
When
might
you
be able
special
to. You
let
definitely
me ask
can.
you the
Some
special
people
pleading
can
part
deviate
here.
from logic. I just choose not to. Because if
I
you haven't got
can.
logic, then you've got nothing.
Well, no, hold on. I can when I'm conversing, but then it ceases to be any sort of like it ceases to be like explanatory or demonstrative or even like any kind of debate. It's just no more than a discussion at that point.
Can I just interrupt briefly? Thank you, Krishna. That is my second channel, which I thought was deleted. It's not deleted. You can watch on that channel as well. Thank you, Krishna. And thank you, Benghazi. He may have found a version of Don't Fear the Reaper that's all cowbell. I shall check that out. That sounds cool.
So
and
I guess
Kamal,
it's
sorry.
ultimately coming down to why is it necessary that the explanation of God has to be logical?
Well, if it's not logical, you have no reason to believe it. You have no justification in believing it. You shouldn't believe it, even if God exists.
No,
if it's not
but see,
logical,
now you're going.
believe it.
Now you're going into faith, which you have and everyone here has, and there's
Nothing
no
to do
logic
with
in there.
faith. Right,
No,
justify a belief in God that doesn't involve logic.
Listen, you have faith in things that you can't justify with logic, that you're going to wake up tomorrow, the sun's going to come up, all sorts of things, and you can't justify it with
Right,
logic.
so
Actually,
Sorry,
it is justifiable with logic, because if I know that I've logically woken up all these times and I'm not feeling any different
Still
and nothing is
faith.
wrong with me, then I have a reasonable expectation.
Still
Is it a
faith, and you're gonna die
guarantee?
someday.
But it's not. But it's not the same
still a
thing.
degree of faith, and you're going to die
It's
someday.
it's
and
a
not wake up, and
degree.
you'll be
No,
wrong.
it's a degree of. It's a degree of faith. Sure, it's a degree of trust based on prior experience and evidence.
Exactly.
Prior experience
I
and
understand
evidence
that.
is not something we have for God.
So how
that
I
would be a
understand
false
that
equivalency.
JG, can you explain to me how you can justifiably believe in something that is not logical? I don't know how that works.
Through faith. That's what I'm giving you examples. Any faith you have is not going to be
believing something without
Be
reason.
right back.
I would say that's not logical. That's not. You're not justified.
I'll explain it to you here. You presuppose the laws of logic to have this conversation tonight, right?
Yes, you have to.
Okay, so you're presupposing to start with, and you have faith in those laws and their continued reliability.
Because they haven't been demonstrated.
You have faith.
I only have faith because they are logical, and I have a billion examples of where they are.
You have
true
faith in their. Listen,
it's not based on nothing.
It's key that you listen to this part. You have faith in their continued reliability.
Yes, because I don't see any other.
That is not logical.
It is. So using the laws of logic is not logical.
In what we just talked about, that's correct. To presuppose them and have faith in their continued reliability actually falls outside of logic when we're talking about logic.
Because I have experience. I have experience of them being true. Why would I think that in the future they're not going to be true when I can't see any other way that the universe would work without them?
Because you'd have faith in their continued reliability. It's the same answer every time, Wildheart.
GG, can I ask you, are you a theist of any kind?
What do you think?
I think you are.
Wait, why is that relevant? Why is that relevant?
No, it's not relevant.
Because
It's not relevant to
he's
society.
You're doing what KZ was trying to do to me this morning to him.
I'm not saying that
William,
affects the argument.
No, we know.
private
I'm
chat.
just interested.
I know how
that
this
you
works.
seem to stick up for faith.
I can't. I'm on my phone.
This is what happens.
Are you on Discord?
No, it's nothing to do with it. It's nothing to do with the argument. It won't affect it one way or the other. I'm just interested.
Well,
Where do I find you?
I'm a man who is interested in talking about
Hold on.
morals and faith predominantly, and that's why I'm so adamant about explaining this to you. That you rely on faith in order to use logic.
I would say that faith is not a good way to determine what is actually true. You can believe that black people are better than white people and base that on faith. You can believe that white people are better than black people and believe that on faith. Faith does not help you.
Those are a couple examples of faith, sure. Doesn't describe faith in its entirety.
It doesn't. You can believe anything. No, you can believe anything based on faith. I can say I believe anything and base it on faith.
Let me ask you this.
It doesn't help you get to what's actually true because you can believe anything based on faith.
It's not the point either. Let me ask you this. Before tonight, did you realize that you used faith when you were using logic, that you had faith in its continued reliability? Okay, good.
Yes, I need presuppositions. Everyone needs presuppositions.
Right. The presupposition is the front end, but the back, but on the other end, you have faith. That's what I'm saying. You've got the presupposition on the beginning end, and on the other side, you've got the faith.
Given that logic, I should believe anything and just say I believe it on faith.
No.
It doesn't matter what I believe. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not.
I mean, it's something to wrestle with, but it doesn't mean you have to go to that extreme. But it's definitely something to wrestle with, that you have faith in the continued reliability.
You have a problem with that? If I just chose anything to believe in and just said I base it on faith, would you have a problem with that? From your point of view, how would you argue against that? Right, I believe.
Do you choose what you believe?
I believe that you are the devil, JG.
Do you choose? You don't believe that.
Sorry. I believe that you are the devil, JG. I base it entirely on faith. Do you have a problem?
I'd be interested in. Oh, so in other words, if I'm interested in your argument,
I don't need a reason for it.
You're right, Will. I don't believe that I can choose my beliefs in that aspect. But I also believe that my beliefs are influenced.
JG, can you answer
they're not
the
free
question?
from influence.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
JG, can you answer the question, please?
I'm trying to, because I think within the confines of that claim, that's just solely based on faith. That seems extreme.
It might be
as a
extreme.
point of view, right?
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with being extreme? You are the devil. I base that entirely on faith. Do you have a problem with that?
Those are good questions. I mean, they are. And if I was going to say I have a problem with it, I would just be defending myself, saying I'm not the devil, right? And so forth and so on.
Yeah. But which doesn't matter because I don't need reasons to believe it. I just base it on faith.
Well, if you're going to take like a full faith-based belief in life, like that's an extreme. But you could actually add faith to your life, or you could remove it. But the point is we all have it. The point I'm trying to make is
my point is I could do that with any position. So how does it help you get to what's actually true?
You could do what with any position?
I could say I believe anything and say I just believe it on faith. I have no reason for it whatsoever. I just believe it on faith. If you're advocating for faith, that is what you're going to end up with.
Hold on a second. I'm not advocating for that. That's extreme faith. I'm not advocating.
I'm sorry, Pixie. I apologize. It just.
How did you get to the conclusion that I'm advocating for what you just advocated? That doesn't make sense to me.
You're saying that faith is a valid way to come about believing what you believe. I'm saying I believe you are the devil based on faith.
Hold on.
That's not what I'm saying.
If you don't have a problem with that.
Okay, hold on. Wait, Wildheart. Do you choose what you believe?
I don't choose what I believe, no.
Okay, then you can't just choose to believe he's the devil.
Not in a simple sense. Yeah, well,
There's nuances, of course.
But say I did. In a hypothetical where I did believe that JG was the devil, and I was basing that on faith. If you're advocating faith, then you cannot have a problem with that.
What are you talking about? You can only advocate faith in the way that you say you can advocate faith.
Yeah.
No,
no.
he's saying if he honestly has faith in something, right, that you
Yeah.
think is that you disagree with, or that
Yeah.
you don't find justifiable or you don't find moral, you should have you ought to have
You
no
can't argue with
complaints
that.
because you advocate for faith-based beliefs and
Well, I
reasoning.
see. You're going way off the deep end here. I'm trying to show you common ground where we both have faith. We both have faith in the continued reliability of
Yeah,
logic. I've showed you common ground where we have
if you
faith.
advocate faith, then you can't. At what point? How can you argue against it? If I say I believe you're the devil based on faith,
I think
how
you're
can you
struggling. I
argue
think
against
you're
it?
struggling with your own belief system, and you're yelling at me. Honestly, I
I'm
think
really
that's what's
not.
happening. I mean, you're not yelling, but I'm saying I think you're struggling with your own belief system right now. Honestly, I think you're a
I'm,
Wild
smart.
Heart,
I'm,
Wild Heart,
I'm,
be honest right now. Hold on, dude. Be
yeah,
honest.
I
You are
am.
seeking. You are seeking in a big way, and I've been watching it, and I think it's awesome. But that's a struggle.
If I'm wrong, I want to know why and how I'm wrong, and I think I probably am wrong.
There's the struggle. Yeah, and
But I'm not struggling with my whatever. I'm not struggling at the moment any more than I normally am. Is what I'm trying to say.
oh yeah, I wasn't insinuating there was a change from the
Not
status quo.
increase. No. This is It's not going to bother. I'm just saying that if you advocate faith, there's a good reason to work out what's actually true. And I said that I believe you're the devil.
Let's unpack that. Let's unpack that.
can't
If I
argue against
advocate faith means to you what? Because I don't know if we're on the same page. If I advocate faith,
Right, that's fair enough. You're saying that right. I'll ask the question: is faith a good way to work out what is actually true in reality?
No.
is faith a good way to work out? Like a process. Like we don't go into. Well, that's the thing. Like we want to figure out something. Like in science, we go through a series of processes. We also include faith in science. We rely on the laws of logic.
Right. It's a combination.
But can you give a direct answer to the question? Is faith alone? Cheers,
You're
faith
alone? Blind faith.
Is blind faith a good way to work out what's actually true?
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I don't think blind faith is a good way to go about anything, and that's not what I'm promoting. I was trying to find.
So you would advocate faith with the use of logic, kind of some kind of mix of the two.
You are advocating faith in your belief in logic, is what I'm showing you.
No, but I mean, as a way to establish what's true, you wouldn't accept blind faith. So, what is faith mixed with? If you wouldn't accept blind faith?
No, wait. Hold on. Wait. You said earlier, and what he's saying, I believe, is that you have, whether you acknowledge it as so, you have faith that the laws of logic are useful tools to help you, deduce.
Yes.
Deduce, not infer. I'm not sure exactly.
The faith is the continued reliability. Assuming the continued reliability is an act of faith.
No, it is. I disagree with that. It's not faith because I of all the times in the past that the laws of logic have been tested, they've always come out true. It's not faith.
It never means it's going to work in the future. It never means that.
It doesn't know, but I'm not using faith to believe it will exist in the future. I'm using past knowledge.
It doesn't.
Yes, yeah, but you're not listening to what he's saying. JG's trying to. You're stopping at one point and you're not getting the second part of what he's saying. So try it. Say it again, JG.
I'm saying that you are using the past to influence the future, saying that it's worked before, it's reliable, it's worked every day of my life. It's going to continue to work. I'm sure of that. But you're not.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying I'm sure of that. Laws of logic could stop using. Yes, I'm not using faith.
Yes, exactly. So you're using faith to.
You are using faith.
Because I'm not saying it's definitely going to work in the future. I'm just saying based on my past experience.
I agree with you.
What I'm saying, probably going to work in the future.
What I'm telling you is that you have faith in its continued reliability. That's why you continue to use it. You're applying some faith.
I'm not. I'm basing
You're applying logic faithfully, right?
My past experience is not faith. My past experience is
you use that to justify why you would trust logic.
Oh, so hey, Sammy.
No, Wildheart, you know this.
It's not faith. If I'm basing it on something, then it's not faith.
No, because
If I'm
you still
basing
don't
it
know
on
if
my
it's gonna
past
work.
experience, if I'm basing it on
You know,
my past experience, then it's no longer faith.
You're taking the past experience and assuming it's going to work again, but you don't know. You're
But
not certain.
JD,
Hold on.
can I ask again? It's completely apart from the argument. But are you a theist?
I'm not even going to get into that right now.
Right.
It's a faith in the continuation of the operating system, going on. It's faith in the continuation
I have past
of what you
experience.
expect.
I have past experience that the laws of logic works. I'm using that as a basis to say.
So use the sun coming up.
Probably will be in the future.
Use the sun coming up every day. Use the original example of the sun coming up every day and why you believe it's going to come up tomorrow.
I have past experience of the sun coming up every day that I've been alive. Therefore, I think that probably, not definitely, but probably it will come up in the morning. That is based on logic. That is based on reason. No way.
That's faith.
It's like that pinch of salt. Faith.
Probably. How is it probably based on faith? I don't need any faith.
I have faith that God exists, but I don't know that God exists. I believe it. It's faith. I have faith that I've observed correctly.
Right. I think we disagree on the definition of faith. I think that must be it.
Yeah, I think we do. I definitely think we do.
I think that could be the thing to go into.
To me, there's a difference between trust and faith, but maybe that's just my connotations on the words.
Yeah,
I trust the sun will come up. I trust the sun will come up tomorrow. I wouldn't say that I have faith the sun's coming up tomorrow. Like, those are two different things in my opinion.
To me, if something
I don't think there's a difference.
It's not.
If it's based on past experience and reason, it's not based on faith. Those two are incompatible. If it's based
I get it, Wildheart. You're thinking that's more reason. It's more reasonable.
I think that might be the difference.
I get it, Wildheart. It's more reasonable to you based on past experience. The sun will come up. Yeah. It's not even close to having faith in God. I get that.
No,
it's totally. I mean, you're like, that's so far off, right? Like faith in God versus faith in the sun coming up. What I'm saying is there's still an application of faith there, undeniably.
Right. Give your definition.
Use the word trust. Use the word trust. He's comfortable with trust.
No, JG, give your definition of faith. That might help.
Faith is belief in what we can't be certain.
Then I do have faith. Yeah, I can't be certain of it. I've admitted that. That's.
I know you have faith.
It doesn't make you a theist, though. No one's accusing you.
Yeah,
right. No, that's fair enough. If that's your definition of faith, then I have faith that the sun will come up tomorrow. That's fine.
I mean, I feel some insincerity on your part, but okay, I guess.
No, I'm being so. If that's your definition of faith,
well, I'm saying
I'm not sure that the sun will come up tomorrow. So if your definition of faith is trust, what was it again? Sorry.
Trust in what you can't be certain of.
Yeah, I have faith that the sun will come up tomorrow. I'm not certain that it will. If that's your definition of faith, then I have faith. I'm not meaning to say it. That is.
It matches my definition.
Yep. Go on. Sorry, what is your definition of faith? Well,
you just
I said that matches my definition of faith.
Oh, that matches. Sorry, I misheard you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I have faith then. I have a different definition of faith.
What is it?
I always thought faith was more like belief in the absence of evidence.
Yeah.
Well, that works too, doesn't it?
People give when they don't have a good reason for what they believe.
Doesn't that work?
That works. That works too.
No, because I have evidence. I have evidence that the sun has come up every day of my life.
You don't have evidence that the sun coming up tomorrow.
It's applicable.
I know, but I have evidence that it's come up every day of my life.
It's not evidence it's coming up tomorrow.
It is because.
Yeah, it is. It is.
No,
evidence
it's not.
It is evidence for it. It's not evidence that's going to come up tomorrow. It's evidence.
It influences your trust.
Of it coming up
it's
tomorrow.
Not certainty. It's not certainty.
It influences your trust. Yes.
Right.
Therefore, it's evidence. If something influences your trust, then it's got to be evidence.
Right. It's not.
You've got to class that as evidence.
It doesn't.
Exactly. It's not proof. It's evidence.
It's influential evidence, but it's not evidence of what's going to happen.
Right, it's not proof, it's evidence, right?
It is evidence.
But the thing is, there's evidence there where I would think faith is a lack of evidence.
It's not evidence of a future event. It's evidence that there's been a consistency in the past and suggests the probability of something.
That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying. It's not evidence. It's not evidence the sun is going to come up tomorrow. It's not proof
Yeah.
the sun is going to come up
The
tomorrow. It's
probability
evidence
of something
for the
happening
sun
in the
coming
future
up
is
tomorrow.
evident. Sorry. Yeah, the probability that something will happen in the future is evidence that that thing will happen in the future.
Okay, so I disagree with the definition of faith that Pixie put up then, because I don't know that you can have the interaction between trust and faith if you use that, no evidence thing, because I don't know how that works, like believing in something you have no evidence for. I don't know how that works.
I would my definition of faith is the belief in something. Faith is is an excuse people use when they don't have good reasons.
Oh, not in all cases.
No, and I wasn't saying my definition is better.
fixes.
I was just saying that explained the connotation I carry in my mind between trust and faith.
Oh yeah, okay, cool. Because
I mean-
I definitely don't get on with that definition you gave. I think that trust and faith are interchangeable for me.
That's fair enough.
And it
That's
requires some evidence.
We just have two different definitions of faith. If you go with yours, then I have faith. If I go with mine, then I don't. I think that's fine.
So Wildheart.
Agree on the definition of words. No one's right or wrong because words can change their meaning and usage. And if you go with my definition, I don't have faith. If you go with your definition, I do have faith. That's fine. I'm fine with that.
Well, would you say you have confidence in the continued reliability of the laws of logic?
Based on
Well,
evidence.
see, that's the thing is when you do go to the etymology of words, confidence comes from confide, which is Greek for faith.
But words change their usage. Words have usages that don't have meanings.
Yeah,
you can't say it goes back to that. Therefore, that is the only definition. I could be using a different definition.
But what we're saying is that faith is the confidence in things unseen.
That is a biblical
I'm
definition.
fine with it being confidence, but it's confidence in something. It's not. You can't just conflate trust and faith.
Yeah, and guess what? The future is all unseen, isn't it?
Faith is a trust in something.
Yeah.
Good to see you, 420.
Hey, good to see you too. But you've just conflated trust and faith. That's all you've done.
Well, didn't the Bible say that faith is the evidence?
Faith is the evidence. Yeah. The biblical definition is my definition, basically. Faith is
the
just
evidence of things unseen.
Is the future unseen?
It is unseen, yes.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
This might end bad with me, but
that
it is
pretty
unseen.
much clears up all this. It really does.
But what am I basing that trust on? It's based on evidence of the past.
Then
and
faith
guess
is,
what? That's not really relevant in the future.
if faith is the evidence, then faith can't be the confidence.
I would like to see you live by that rule. If you don't think that things that have happened in the past are going to happen in the future,
I'm not saying that.
You don't live by that rule.
No,
So
I'm
it's
not
like-
saying
No,
that.
wait. Whoa, where are you going with that, Wildheart? I don't think that comports to what's being discussed.
No, I'm saying it's fine to use that as an argument, but if you try to use that explanation and definition in your everyday life, you would be fucked.
No, because everybody operates with faith. Everybody operates with faith. He said that earlier.
I'm saying if you don't think you deserve confidence based on what's happened in the past, that it's going to happen in the future.
I'm not saying that.
If you don't live by that rule, then you will be massively.
No, we live by that rule. We do.
Exactly. So why are you arguing it when I use that rule to prove that to have faith that the sun will come up tomorrow?
Because you're not doing the steps right. Like it's a good reason to think that the sun's going to come up.
Exactly. So I have good reason. I have good reason for what I think. Therefore,
You have good reason where your faith is. Yes, you have put your faith in a fairly reliable place.
Again, it comes down to the definition of faith, which we disagree on, which is fine. That's the end
it's
of
like the lottery. If someone wins the lottery, it's like, okay, well, I won the lottery, so I'm just going to keep playing the lottery. I mean, I don't like you can kind of make up all sorts of examples of the past and the future, but like you're going to have and apply some faith, which is belief or trust in the unknown in order to process. So
the term faith is not a religious thing. Faith is
Can
not
I
just a
try?
religious
Yeah.
term.
But I think religious people use faith, saying, well, if you have faith, then you're as bad as me. If
As
you have
bad
faith
as
that
me.
the sun's going to come out
Oh, I've
tomorrow,
heard
then you're
bad
as
uses
bad
of
as
faith.
me.
Yeah.
You're as bad as me believing that God exists. No, I'm saying
Yeah,
I
yeah,
have more
I-
reason to believe
I
the sun's
agree.
going to
Do
come
they
out
say it
tomorrow
like
than
that? Do
you
they
have.
say?
I
Do they
agree.
say you're as bad as me?
Yeah.
Do they
Can
say
I
it to you
try?
I'm
like
saying you use it as trying to bring everyone down to your level.
that?
You said that you believe God exists on
They,
faith. If
I
I
think
believe that the
what
sun
he
is going to come up tomorrow based on faith,
what
then
he's
Wow.
saying is
you're
what
bringing
he's
everyone
saying
down to your
is
level.
what he's saying is
I'm saying I have reason as well.
the argument inevitably goes to a false equivalency between faith
Yeah,
in God and
yeah,
faith in
It may be in
experiences.
your head.
And
yeah.
that's where he's expecting it to go, so he's preemptively defensive.
Yeah.
Yes,
Nice.
that is correct.
Wildheart, do people say that to you? Like you're as bad as me? Do they term it to you like that? That sounds
I think that's what you're trying to do. When you say, well, you
You're as
have
bad as
faith.
Wait,
me.
420's trying to get in on this, guys.
Sorry, go on, Fox. Sorry, go on.
I forgot my point.
Bro, 420, man.
It's all
See,
good.
this is what we do to you, Will. This is what we do to you.
It's not the weed. It's the not
What? I
getting
wasn't
a
paying
chance
attention.
to speak.
Right. No, I think that is what religious people are trying to do.
Yeah,
When
it's a
they-
I
conspiracy.
remember what I
Well,
was
you
going
have
to say.
faith. Well, you have faith that the sun's going to come up tomorrow.
Wait,
Therefore,
Lyle,
you're.
Sammy remembers.
Oh, I
I think
want
that's
to
where
use
I think
that
that's where your
faith
mind
in
goes.
the
You're so
sun.
worried about
I
having
want to
faith
use
that
the
you
faith
feel
in
like
the
you're going to
sun thing,
bow.
right? And show you how you're conflating the two that are completely different. I trust, and I'll go as far as to say I have faith, if that's how you want to. I'll use your definition that the sun is coming up because I have evidence of. I have seen it with my eyes every day since I was born. I have not seen God every day since I was born. And you can say, oh, you have, but you deny it, blah, blah. No. I mean, whether I want to see it or not, the sun is there so fucking bright I can't even look at it.
Right, they're
Every
not
day of my life.
equivalencies.
That is not
Yeah, and
faith.
then when people tell you that
It
God
is
made the sun,
almost
you don't like that either, right?
ridiculous to say that it won't come up. So to even try and say that that is in any way the same as having a faith in a
Who said it's the
God
same? Who said it's the
Would
same?
you
is
say?
ridiculous.
So, would you say that you have more faith that God exists than I have faith that the sun is going to rise
So
tomorrow? Would you say it
you're
takes
saying
more
it's the
faith to
same because
believe in
you're
God?
saying we have faith in the sun coming up. Like you have faith in God exists. It's nothing alike. There's no faith involved in the sun coming up because we've seen
No,
it.
no, you
If
can't
I
say there's
see
no
God
faith
every
involved.
day,
But
then
would
there
you
wouldn't
say,
be faith anymore either.
sorry, JG, would you say there's more faith involved in believing God exists than believing that the sun is going to come up tomorrow? Does it take more faith?
If you're basing it on, it's going to be in a different category because you're basing the sun coming
Exactly,
up.
exactly. That's the point.
Well, I didn't
Exactly.
finish.
Sorry.
I'm saying you're in a different category of like seeing a behavior from morning to sunrise every day where you can get a consistency of a sun rotating, right? And you're like, okay, I've seen it every day. I think it's going to come up tomorrow versus an abstract immaterial entity. It's going to be different, of course.
Exactly. So when you say you use faith as well, it's not the same kind of faith, is it? Oh, it's not as much.
Well, no, I mean, it's not the
So
same
they are
kind
different.
of faith. I don't know about the same kind. It's faith. It's belief
But
in the
there-
unknown.
there-
The
there is
uncertainty.
even
I
more.
just noticed the
Oh.
time, so I'm gonna take off. But you guys continue.
Sorry, I was just
Good night.
muting myself for some reason. Cheers, Pizza. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Yeah, but
Well, no, to try to equivocate the faiths. I mean, you can do that. I mean, I don't know what you're.
no, I'm saying it either takes more faith to believe in a God, or it takes a different kind of faith. Which one would you say?
Oh, I would say such a simple thing as reviewing past behavior happening tomorrow and consistency
Yeah.
is much more simplistic, sure, than trying to
Right. So
believe
it would take more faith. So I don't have as much faith as you. We can put it like that.
Well, I don't know if we've determined or how we would measure each other's faith just from knowing each other for a few hours, but okay.
No, but I mean, not me and you. I mean, on that point, whether the sun is going to come up tomorrow or whether God exists. God existing takes much more faith than the faith that the sun is going to come up. If we agree that both faith.
It's a good question. I mean, the more is the interesting part, because some people don't even think so. Interestingly enough, but some people obviously do. They think it's like a huge leap to believe in a creator.
So what would you say? I have evidence. I have evidence every day of my life the sun has come up. I believe the sun is going to come up tomorrow. That takes faith. You believe that a God exists. I don't know what you're basing that on, but would that take more faith or less faith or equal faith?
I don't know. I don't really measure it in terms like that. But it's interesting to note that you have faith that you're going to wake up every day, and you also know that one day you're not going to.
Yeah.
But the sun will still come up.
I would say that doesn't say faith because that is an objective fact. I have faith that I'm going to wake up tomorrow, but one day I will. That's just an objective fact. That's the same for everyone.
The sun will still come up.
The sun will come up tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that
Okay,
tomorrow.
the sunrise thing is not an equivalency, to the same kind of faith that's implied with belief in a God or something.
No, they're not equal.
It's not even analogous.
How are they different? Well, would you say?
Oh, I mean, there's much more that you have to. There's much bigger a leap and a lot more variables that you're going to have to examine to come to the idea. Yeah, and so like if I'm using logic to break down why there's a deity or a creator or something like that, that I can rely upon logic to kind of say, okay, there's evidence for this. Because we were talking this morning about the idea of something from nothing and an uncaused first cause. So I can get to that point that, something like you said, energy has always existed forever and will always, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I can start at that point and have faith in those principles.
So how do you get to I presume you believe in a deity with agency, a being.
Yes.
How do you get to that point from something that?
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's where I was going this morning with you. Yeah, I'm happy to continue if you'd like me to.
Go.
Okay, so we got into the point of an idea of an uncaused first cause. Like there was nothing before the Big Bang or whatever, or as far as we know, everything's status quo, nothing going on. But then something changed. Something moved. Normally, even if this thing was...
No, sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
At such an early point. But even if energy existed before, that doesn't mean that it's always been the same, and it could have changed many times in many different ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wait, Wildheart, you believe in infinite energy?
I believe that energy could have always existed. Yeah, it could be infinite.
How can you possibly make it?
Because energy can't be created or destroyed, even by God. So if you can't create energy, it must have always existed. That's just logical.
Is it?
Yes, if energy can't be created or destroyed, then it must have always existed.
So you believe in an eternal, infinite energy that exists, but you think having a creator is just absurd.
If the law.
Hold on, JG. Don't push it there yet. Just wait. Hold on. Hold on. I see where you're going, man. Hold on. Okay, wait. We're getting there.
Just before you do go on, Wildheart isn't saying that. He's saying in your worldview, it requires that ridiculousness. He's not saying he accepts one ridiculousness but not the other.
I'm saying that
to have that worldview.
Sorry. Yeah, and energy is much more simple than God. So if you're saying that God can have always existed, I'm saying energy is much more likely to have always existed.
Yeah. We are all accepting the exact same thing right up to the point of agency. You've
so
agency to it.
Right. Yeah. So again, like the clump of cells that evolves into a baby, into a man, into an old person or whatever. I'm not willing to say that the idea of a god or a deity or whatever evolving into whatever or changing or I guess that's the best way to try and compare it. I'm not past that with this. So I don't want you to make any assumptions of the deity that I'm talking about.
We're
Okay.
going to have to tread very
To
carefully and
agency.
explain exactly what we mean, or else there might be a
Yes.
lot of misunderstandings.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to be tedious. I just don't want us to jump
Yeah.
into an idea of a deity or whatever. Okay. But so
Yeah.
there was status quo, and then something changed. Something moved.
No, see, status quo means that it was never changing before. I'm saying there could be
As far as the Big Bang.
And for this argument, let's just accept
someone with status quo before. Sorry.
I said for this argument, let's just say it was.
Right, let's go with that for now. But I just want to know the possible objection. Yeah, in case it.
Oh, the possible objection is that it all came from nothing.
No, possible objection is
that
is that energy changed before, so it's not status quo. Energy always existed, but it changed in some kind of way before. Just
sure.
No, didn't cause a big bang. I'm saying it's not a status quo in that case. Just in case it becomes relevant in the future.
Would you say that something had to change in that energy, like dramatically, to cause the Big Bang?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So something moved. Even if you compare it to something that was stagnant and sitting still, I don't care if you want to call it the first heartbeat of a clump of cells, but something moved, and and so from there, it seems like there for action like that, it seems like you had to have some sort of push, some sort of response, reaction to something. So it was a pretty big bang.
No, I would just say if energy has always existed, then nature would have always existed, because energy would exist in nature. So there are laws that govern. So it would have been one of the laws that caused change that led to the Big Bang. I don't know what those laws are.
It would be chemistry. Were there elements or anything floating? I mean, was there always something?
In our universe, there was, but our universe didn't exist.
Specifically matter.
There could have been matter, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Well,
there could have been multiverse. There could have been other universes before ours. Yeah, there could have been matter.
Oh, JG, you want to say something? Or 420? Somebody was trying to speak.
Yeah.
I'm actually listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll concede your point as well then, Wildheart. Obviously, there is the option, the possibility that it could have been a universe that shrinks back down to nothing and then explodes into another universe and then shrinks back down and does it all again. Like, we don't know. But let's, for the sake of the discussion, talk about this one instance, this one cycle of existence that we have. I see, we basically just went, something had to do it. I'll even concede that something had to cause it, but you went, therefore God. For me, it could be two brains might have touched each other. Universes might spew out of the asshole of a black hole, for all I know. Like,
I think you witness irreducible complexity in the solar system, and that's why I brought up the Fibonacci sequence this morning. There's such a mathematical complexity. It seems designed.
But do you admit that something seeming to be designed doesn't necessitate design? Something can look designed and not be designed, like with evolution. It looks like
it can have the appearance. It can have the appearance of design. I'll say that's an option.
The laws of
logic.
So say
the Fibonacci. Say it appears that the universe is designed. It just happens not to be. Is that possible?
Yeah, all of this I'm not making a knowledge claim. I'm saying this is all within the realm of the discussion.
Yeah, just saying it's more likely to you that a God exists and the God created the universe. It's more likely to you.
Well, no, I'm sorry, go ahead, JG.
Well, just wondering how you're going to provide the foundation for the intelligibility of logic, laws of logic, as just a random event. I mean, that just
I'm not saying it's a random event. I'm saying it couldn't be any other way. It's the impossibility of the contrary. How could A not be A?
No, I'm asking about.
It's necessary.
You're
I'm asking
triggering him,
about-
JG.
No, I'm not. I'm not getting angry. Sorry.
No,
No, I'm just saying it couldn't explain how A could not be A. Explain how a thing could not be the thing it is.
No,
and
it's not a matter
else.
of them working. I get that, but I'm saying, is it intelligible to think that that's just a random occurrence, that the laws of logic
Yes.
work?
I'm not saying no,
Because-
because when you say random, that means
Yeah.
that it's not random.
designed.
It couldn't be any other way. That makes it
Yeah,
not
put
random.
it this way, look.
No other
put it
option.
this way.
It's
No, I'm
necessary.
saying to make the laws of logic intelligible, is it more reasonable to think that that is just an event that just happened, or that there is a creator or creative mind behind that?
Here,
No,
let me
I'm
answer
saying
that.
if something couldn't be any other way, then that is the way it is.
Oh, you're getting stuck on that. I don't know.
It's always existed.
Yeah, that's
It
why I
couldn't
want
be
to put
any
it this
other way.
way,
It's not
Wilder.
random. It doesn't need creation. It doesn't need an explanation.
Right, that's what
If
I'm saying.
something could not be any other way,
So
that
your,
is the way it's got to
your
be.
claims that it doesn't need this and it doesn't need that, where does that come from?
Because it couldn't be any other way.
Well,
You keep saying that, but it's not. It doesn't
Let
follow.
me
something-
say it. Let me say this, and if I'm wrong,
Go on, sorry.
you watch. I'll steel man what you're trying to say, Wildheart. But I'll put it this way. What he's saying is it could be any other way. Whatever way it was, hang on, Wildheart. Whatever way it was, that's what we would call logic. Logic isn't a thing that we found or discovered. It's a way we describe reality. So whatever reality
Wait,
was.
hold on a
even if
second.
it was
Hold on.
what
You're
we
way out
call-
there. You're
Hang
saying
on,
we
let me
didn't
finish
discover.
the point. Let me finish the point.
You're not talking
So
about the same
even
thing.
if
Wild Heart.
reality, right, was what we would call illogical now, that reality, that would be logic.
You guys are not on the same page. Wildheart thinks that there's an objective law of logic, and you're saying that it's
No.
that it's created by humans.
No.
No, it's
Well, you've
interpreted by humans.
misunderstood
What-
both.
JG, do you understand what I'm saying? If something can only be
No,
one way,
I don't.
there is no other way that it could possibly
Yes.
be, and it
Yes,
has
the
to be
law
that
of
way.
identity. Yes.
And that's the same thing I'm saying from the other direction.
So if it can't
420
be any other
atheists,
way,
you
it's
just
not
said-
random. It's not
420
random if it could be any other way. That's the only way it could be. Where's the random
Wildheart,
thing in that?
you keep saying that, man. I got you. But 420 atheists, you're saying that the laws of logic are not discovered. You did just say that, right?
As in, okay, maybe that was bad wording. We discovered
It's
them as
critical.
in there was a time we didn't know them and now we know them. But it doesn't change whether logic is just something that's part of the fabric of reality. There's no, that's what Wildheart means by it can't be any other way. It's not a made up thing. It's just part of the fabric of reality. And we
Yeah,
call
and-
it logic. But it's simply the idea that a thing is itself, for example. A is A and not B. That's just reality. It's not a fucking magic potion or phrase. Like there's no power behind it. There's no agency or substance to
So
it.
to say that there's no other way it could be is an interesting claim on your worldview as well.
Yeah.
Just in this universe.
I mean, if you have any suggestions as to another
It's
way
not a
that
matter of my suggestions. It's philosophically speaking, for you to make that distinctive claim that could be no other way is interesting coming from your worldview.
Right.
Is what I'm saying.
Cool. I like to be interested.
It is, but I think that we're pretty safe in claiming that because unless anyone could come up with any other way, then I think we're pretty safe in saying there's no other way it could be.
Right, because you could be wrong, right?
Well, it's like saying someone could prove that 1 and 1 is not 2. I guess they could prove that, but
it would be useful if they could come up with another way, but not coming up with an alternative.
Well, the
doesn't
preconditions of intelligibility on your worldview to understand the intricacies of, let's say, something like the laws of mathematics or the laws of logic is what I'm saying is interesting coming from your worldview. But I don't know. I guess I also don't completely know.
I don't see what it's got to do with the worldview. I'm not arguing for a worldview. I'm just saying that I don't understand how A could not be A.
Okay, well,
It's
I don't
definitional.
need
It's,
we're good
it's
then.
tautology. It has to be that way. A has to be A because it's A.
Okay, Wild Heart, A is A. We'll
was
do
A.
that. We're on the same page. A is A.
Right. All right. Fair enough. Sorry. So where do we go from there? How do you get to
Okay,
it?
I got a question. Okay, and maybe I'm just behind in the conversation, but does 1 + 1 = 2 still? Is that still in play if there are no minds to decipher?
Well, not 1 and 1 equals 2, but a thing and another thing is two things. Is yes, that's still going to occur, whether we're there to perceive of it or not.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just there's no
It's when
agency
you add words
to
and
label or
definitions.
define it.
When you say one, obviously that's a human made up thing. One is a word.
Sure, yes.
By humans. But maths would exist.
Well, that's why I didn't use A = A.
Yeah, a thing and another thing will be more than one thing.
Whether there's
So
a
I
mind
guess-
around to perceive it.
Exactly. We think it would happen regardless.
Okay, good. So, William, you're getting him to commit to the laws of logic and the laws of mathematics as objective.
You don't stop showing the script. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes, but we already know the script. Like we've all been around this road many times.
That's just me teasing. That's just me teasing. I'm
good.
fucking around.
Yeah, I was just saying we didn't spoil anything.
And God necessitates in anything.
You can have the script. I just want to know how it's intelligible coming from an atheist worldview. You know, it's
Right.
it gets breaks down
what I
arbitrary.
found is
Sammy,
we
can I
normally
say this one? Sammy. Right. The laws of logic and mathematics couldn't be any other way. And we interpret that, we recognize that, and that's how it's intelligible. It couldn't be any other way. We exist. Humans exist. I'm not saying it couldn't be any other way that humans exist. I'm saying the laws of the universe could not be any other way. Humans happen to exist, and we interpret the laws of logic and mathematics. And we've worked out that is how it works.
Yeah, I'm just having trouble with it couldn't be any other way. And when you answer, you say, well, tell me another way. Show me how. Like, you're making the claim in the positive. I just don't understand how you're getting
I get your point. But
yeah, well, but this is this is like a positive claim to the negative. It's saying
kind of want to hear Wild Heart right there.
No, they've got a point. We have to demonstrate that it couldn't be any other way. It's not. I can't just ask them to demonstrate it.
That's saying we have to demonstrate every other possible way, which is ridiculous.
No, we don't. No, I'm saying we have to demonstrate that is the case. We can't ask them to say, well, if you can't come up with another way, then yeah, that's
that's exactly what science does.
We have to demonstrate
until
that
it's falsified.
And I don't know what to do.
You go with the best option until it's falsified by another option.
But you're not talking about something that's the scientific theory.
Yeah,
but
no,
science is just a start.
Sammy, no, the right. I can't demonstrate that it couldn't be any other way. I don't know how to do that, and that's what we have to do.
No, but that's you can't demonstrate that any more than you can demonstrate God.
He's being honest. He shouldn't have made the claim.
I don't know how to get out of that. Yeah, we have to demonstrate it, can't we?
Wild Heart, you just continue to impress me, man. You're really slowing down and reasoning things out.
I'm just trying to be honest, and I genuinely can't think of a way to.
I'm agreeing with Wild Heart, but I'm missing the point completely.
Are you missing the point of the claim you made?
You know, Sammy, when you said that they claim that God exists, and you asked them to demonstrate it, then returning with the thing, well, you explain it then. If it's not God, you explain it. That is fallacious. So we can't do the same thing when it comes to whether we have to demonstrate it for a fact.
What was our claim?
Sorry?
What was our claim?
Our claim their claim is that God exists, and we ask them to demonstrate it. If they come back and say...
I got that bit. What was our claim?
Right. So if they come back and say, well, you demonstrate that it wasn't God, they can't do that.
He claimed that it could be no other way, is what...
No other way claim. Right.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. I can't demonstrate that the laws of logic couldn't be any other way.
No, I will agree 100%. We cannot demonstrate that there is no other way. I agree, 100%.
I just want to say, I've really over the past, I guess the past day, I've really enjoyed like some of the conversations that have been coming up on your channel, Wild Heart, and some of these great minds that you're bringing around here. I mean, I'm at a feast.
Can I say thank you to JG as well? Yeah, you've helped greatly.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Nice to meet you, and thanks for joining. You're welcome back
You
anytime.
know what it is? And I love it too. I fucking get high from it. It's people being honest. If you be honest, fuck man, that is so good. We'll get places. We'll actually get somewhere in the conversation. If people be dishonest, but it's pointless.
Well, we all want to be right. We all want to be right, and that's the biggest hindrance to us moving forward. Everybody wants to dig in.
Yeah. That's why it's impressive, because the inbuilt things that like biases that I want to be right as well, but it's fighting against that to be wanting to be honest more than you want to be right, I think.
Yeah, if you want the truth, you have to be willing to have your defenses tested.
Oh yeah.
That was the wrong choice of words, I guess, but we all kind of put up defenses to protect our narratives, right?
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah.
No, it wasn't that bad a choice of words.
Yeah, it works. It makes sense. So, Will, are you on Discord?
I have an account. I'm just never on there.
Right.
Honestly,
I'm going to say
since I stopped gaming.
Join Pixie's thing if you can. Yeah, I didn't follow the conversation.
Yeah. Is it in the Is it in your chat?
Yeah.
The Wild Heart? Okay, cool.
No, but I'll ask Pixie because if
it's in that chat, I'll see it at some point.
I'll go and check. I'll be right back.
Rock on. Kind of wish KZ would come back in here. He was he was a lot of fun.
That's one way to describe it.
I have fun, and I thought he was, I mean, even though he was giving me a whole bunch of shit and not letting me move on to my point, I found him to be just delightful. That dude was just a ball, man. He doubled down on the scientist doctor argument, and I just, oh my God, that was my favorite part.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you a sadist?
Oh, yeah, but he's so friendly, man. It's like he would come back and be like, I'm sorry.
That's what I was talking about, that dishonest thing. When people start arguing for the sake, it's like you don't even believe what you're saying. You're just arguing to argue. I'm not here for that.
Well, he was here for something different. He was here to make friends, and he did, because I liked him, and I think you did too, or you probably knew him, maybe, right?
No, that was the first time I'd met him.
Oh yeah, well he was under a lot of pressure, and it was a high level of discussion that was going on when he walked in. So bless his heart, man, he jumped right in there and but he jumped in there. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I'll give him that. And he even sung.
I didn't hear that part. I think I was driving or something. I don't know.
And it was a beautiful thing. So he didn't share the sound. So it was just him a cappella, the whole thing.
Hey, was he good?
Oh, no, it was terrible. And everyone was trying to let him know, but he was so into it, he couldn't see anyone waving and trying to get his attention. So he did the whole song.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, not for nothing, but he was shit faced. Like, he was slammed. He couldn't have carried a note in a bucket at that point anyway, man. He was lucky to be staying in his chair. But I enjoyed him. I enjoyed him a lot.
Right, so I've asked Pixie. You're not part of Pixie's chat, so I've asked Pixie if it's okay inviting you to her chat. I'm sure she won't mind. And then it's in the Discord link is in her chat. So once you have accept,
much obliged.
Yeah, oh, okay, yeah. So that.
Thank you.
No problem.
JG, is that what you go by on YouTube? Like, you got a YouTube channel?
No, I just have a. I mean, it's a channel, but it's not an active channel. I just comment and do this in certain places, like with Jamie Russell and Richard Madsen.
But
Why have we not met before? You seem to know.
Yeah.
You're very knowledgeable. Why have we not met before? Yeah.
A couple times, yeah. I go on the atheist experience with no, that guy Justin used to be the empathetic atheist who became a Muslim. EA show, I think. Yeah, I go on there sometimes.
Yeah, I've spoken to him. Yeah.
A den of Muslims. That's kind of interesting, but
okay. Now that we're not in full-on discussion, can I ask about your whether you're a theist or not, JG?
Yeah. Yeah, I am a theist. I focus on faith and I focus on morality. I think those two components are key.
I'm glad that you kept that out of the discussion until now, because it may have changed things a little.
Well, I notice it comes up when I make good points sometimes, because then they want to go on the attack of the faith. They start to ask, "Oh, what do you believe in?" It's like, no, let's stay where we are right now and what we're talking about. It's crucial not to deviate from that. So, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to keep what I'm going to keep doing in the future, but I like to really analyze presuppositions and faith that people have, especially atheists don't seem to want to acknowledge that they presuppose and have faith in things. And I think that most all of life is constant presuppositions and faith.
It's the word faith. It's the word faith.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
No, it is. I'll be honest. Atheists probably have a different definition of faith to you do, and even if they agreed on the definition, they wouldn't want to admit that they have.
So I blame Christians for that one, because Christians, like you said, use faith as a scapegoat. Oh, you need more faith. You just need more faith, and I'm like, that's not enough for me. I need more. I need more evidence. I need more reason to believe.
Saying you need more faith is saying you need more trust. You need to trust in God's existence more.
Yeah,
right.
That's the whole point.
What's needed, though.
Like,
if I can't believe it based on evidence, I don't want to have more faith. I don't want to have faith that God exists. I want to know that God exists. If God exists, I should know. At least the Christian God, who demands that you believe he exists, if he's not willing to give enough evidence that I actually know, that's his fault. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's not going to work.
Nothing I can do about it.
I mean, you can't win that one, right?
Yeah, it's... Yeah,
you can't say you're not going to win the argument. It's God's fault. You know that, right?
Well, again, but you're talking about a God out of a book that you admittedly haven't read, and before you even get to trying to decide which God there is, just try and figure out if there's anything there at all based on deduction outside of. I keep using the word deduction. I hope I'm not using that wrong, but deducing it. Is that right? Okay, but from looking at the things that you can, think about using your trusted laws of logic.
Yeah, from that, I can't get to God. And I'm just going off what Christians have told me. A lot of Christians have told me that I should believe in God.
No. You said energy always existed.
Yeah, I don't class energy as God.
No, you don't. You don't class energy as God. But then there's a subjective idea of what a God is. Because I just mentioned earlier an uncaused first cause, and then any sign of Yeah.
And for me to class something as God, it has to have agency. It has to be a being. That is my definition of God.
Okay, and then and we were getting to that point when he was talking about the laws of logic earlier, and we were getting to where those would have come from. And I know you said it is, or it has to be that way. It just has to.
Yeah, no.
And that's where we kind of got off on a little side thing here, but which has been good. But as far as like something moved, and it didn't seem to be a random thing, because we have order that doesn't. I mean, you could say it just all spiraled, but you mentioned the laws of nature have always existed.
Yeah. But we're talking about before the Big Bang. It could have been a random event that caused the energy to create the universe, and then
the laws of nature changed.
Yeah, order came from that. Order came from randomness. That's possible.
Where else do you see that in reality, though?
But you're working with a sample subject of one.
See, you want
There's
to
only
think
been
that
one Big Bang.
natural
So,
randomness in all the creation of all reality, but you can't find an example within reality.
but that's a one-off. It's going from not our universe to our universe. That's a sample subject of one. You can't take any.
Yeah, but
You
where
can't.
where do things become more ordered rather than less ordered? You know what I mean? Like we see the breakdown of things, but where do we see the ordering out of chaos?
The universe itself.
No, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. You want the whole universe. You want to convince people that that's the whole universe, but you can't find one example within the universe.
But didn't we just say that we can't say that?
I would say that order comes out of chaos quite often in the universe.
But prove that it can't be that way.
Exactly, but then you get into the. If we can't prove that.
You're doing it again.
This is why I didn't understand the point of that before. That's just like a moot thing to do. It's like saying, "Oh, but we could be a brain in a vat." Well, yeah. How far back into nihilism do you want to go?
Morning,
start
all right.
Is that guy good at math or what?
I think so. Yeah, and he's an actual pig. He's made of pork. No, he's not.
No, but is he a big actor though? No, I think I've seen him. He's not.
He's friends with Richard Madsen actually. Quite close friends with Richard Madsen. Yeah. You two will get on. Math Piggy, we want to join. The link is in the side chat. Yeah, I think you two get on. He's been talking to Richard Madsen for like years, and he knows him quite well.
Matt JG, my best friend on YouTube. He's a fucking legend.
Yeah, he's good.
Do you have any?
But no one's perfect.
Do you have any reason to believe that there's agency outside of where, like, when we got to this part in the breakdown where there is something rather than nothing, whether it's energy or whatever, and the laws of nature at some point changed, but I'm not sure that I can demonstrate agency there without relying on things like the Fibonacci sequence and chaos out of order, or I'm sorry, order out of chaos. Oh shit, I gotta change headset. I'll be right back.
I'm not quite clear on where he is. You're going back to the conversation where you guys stopped talking about.
Yeah, he's saying how can you agency? Yeah, how can you demonstrate it? How can you demonstrate agency?
Demonstrating agent. Why would it be a human's responsibility to demonstrate agency in the first place? I would ask.
Because if you want to convince someone else that you're correct that there is agency, you would have to demonstrate agency. That's how arguments work. That's how you convince people.
Wait, agency, can you unpack agency a bit there?
Yeah, just like a mind, a being. It's something that decides, something that chooses, something that has options and chooses, like agency is.
You'd be asking me to demonstrate the mind of God. How would I have asked?
Just demonstrate that something chose, something that, not with the mind, I don't mean the physical mind, but something had a choice and it was making choices based on options. That would be agency.
So you go to maybe an argument about creative design and laws of nature, laws of mathematics, and so forth. Like, is it more reasonable to think that they randomly occurred versus they were created?
Yeah. Any way that you could demonstrate that a being existed that was making choices.
Well, I guess we'd look back to what we can apply in reality, what we know of randomness creating design.
Yeah.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Give me a reason why it has to be an agency. It has to be a being and not just random laws of nature acting on energy. Why could that not be?
We don't have any examples in nature of randomness creating order, right?
We don't have any examples of a god either. We don't have any examples of something with agency doing that either. We're both in the same position.
So since we don't have examples within nature I guess I would ask, is it reasonable to think that that's how nature was created? If so, why is that reasonable?
No, because we don't have examples for either, so either is equally likely. Just based on that criteria. Yeah.
I'm still not convinced there's no examples of like, how is a planet not forming, not something coming from chaos? How is
Well, there's an assumption though.
No, sorry, Sammy. I was going back to the how the universe was created. We don't have an example. We don't know how it happened, so we don't have an example. We don't have an example of energy.
I'm responding to the.
We don't have an example of either.
I'm responding to the statement that there's no examples in nature of order coming from chaos, and I disagree.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
well, I just did. A planet forming, a solar system forming.
How did the planets form?
Gravity.
You're saying that, but you're not actually supplying the steps.
So you would like me to?
No, that is definitely a planet's form. So that is definitely a planet's form. We know a planet's form. It's from the accretion disk from a sun, and
I don't know what you're talking about.
We know that.
It's
an objective fact.
You're saying it's an objective fact that what happened that was chaos that created order?
The accretion disk from a sun, when a star, all the rocks.
Okay, this sounds like science fiction land, to tell you the truth, but
no, just Google how planets are formed. That is the answer. We know that. We know how planets form.
Wait, whoa! You made a knowledge claim that that's how planets form.
Yes.
So we know with absolute certainty because we've witnessed it. We know that that's what happened.
Yes, we are witnessing it now.
But I don't.
And do we know that? Hold on. And do we know that the forces that are causing that are completely just natural?
Chaotic.
As far as we know.
No, until we have reason to believe.
Chaotic. I'm sorry, chaotic.
We have no evidence otherwise. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a problem with the theory, isn't it? So maybe something else. Maybe something more simple, like grounded on Earth. Chaos that creates order.
No, but just Google.
It doesn't.
I mean, I mean, you could be right philosophically, but that means throwing out the entirety of science. We know
science is. Look, I know you're going to hate this. You're going to hate this, but science, unless you're a scientist doing these experiments and understanding them completely, is a faith-based understanding coming from your perspective. I'm sorry.
It's not. You
have to have faith in the science.
You know what we were saying before about the claim that the appeals to authority. If they're a genuine authority, it's not a fallacy.
No,
I am perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine. No, sorry. Let me finish. I am perfectly fine appealing to an authority as long as they are a genuine authority. There is nothing wrong with that. I can appeal to an authority.
How would you know what a genuine authority is? For all I know, you might think that
they're an expert in their field. Right? They have took the test. They have took the exams. They're working in that field. They're an expert in that field. That makes them an authority.
Okay.
There is nothing wrong with appealing to their knowledge. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
So you're going to appeal to things that you can't understand and have faith that someone else understands them.
Yes, because an appeal to an authority is not a fallacy. It's not a fallacy.
It is faith.
It's not faith, no.
Trust.
No, it's faith.
It's trust.
It's not faith.
Trust. I'm sorry, the word. Yes, it's trust.
I can show they've done the example. I can show
demonstrate that humans exist and can be correct. So it is more sensible to assume that a human can be correct than that no human could be correct. Why would we not trust a human?
Thanks, Matthew.
Why would we not?
I can tell you a lot of reasons not to trust humans.
This gets rid of the whole argument. They have actually seen recently a gas cloud forming a planet. We've actually seen it.
It's good.
Therefore, that gets rid of the whole thing.
It must have happened very quickly.
No, we're probably still watching it happen.
Yeah, but it just gets ridiculous at some point. We know how planets are formed. We know. how planets are formed. Once you get beyond that point of admitting we know how planets are formed, you're just getting ridiculous at that point.
You don't
Sorry.
know how planets form.
I don't think. Okay, no, I don't think. I think that we're observing things and we're assuming a lot about what we're observing.
We don't know nothing then.
No, we know some things, Wildheart. Don't go off the deep end.
What do we know? Go on then.
Well,
what do we know?
You can tell me what you know, and that's a start, right?
I know. I thought I knew how planets were formed, but obviously not. So what do you know? What do we know?
Understand the complexity of that. You're taking the word of somebody who's done the studies, and
just give me an example of something that we know.
It's not someone either. It's consensus.
But I want an example. I want an example of what we know.
Laws of logic.
Right. Another.
What's that?
There's a knowledge of self.
Another example.
Laws of
so basically anything determined by science, you would not say that that's we know
you
that.
know what? I made a general claim.
So when I said that we were throwing out the entirety of science, that is what you're doing. Is there anything that science?
That's reductio ad absurdum, and that's not helping.
But is there anything that science has determined that you said we could know?
It's funny when you say. It's funny to me when you say science as though it's like this magic grab bag that pulls information out of it. It entails a lot of things. It entails people that do experiments that are controlled by
exactly. I'm giving you the full range.
So he's saying any of those things.
Is there anything in any science that we can say we know?
Like a scientific fact?
Yeah.
Like a plant needs sunlight to grow.
Anything.
Well, there you go. It needs water as well, right?
So there are scientific facts that we can know.
Well, no, I mean, yes. I've done some planting in my yard too. That's why I say that.
Right. So why is knowing how planets form not what?
Because you don't really know how planets form. I'm just challenging you. You don't. You know, you can read about someone who tells you about it, but you don't.
Unless you've gotten
you gotta stay local.
Unless you've gotten a microscope and watched your plant suck that fucking water molecule up its root, you have faith that plants need water because you were told that.
You've not seen it yourself.
I'll accept that.
It could be coincidence that when you water the plant.
How ridiculous? Why
scientific methodology?
To delve into this realm of ridiculousness.
Scientific methodology is how we know how planets are formed.
Look, when you guys
methodology, not seeing it with
methodology is in process.
There's a difference between seeing something with your eyes and using the scientific method. We use a scientific method to determine how planets are formed.
You guys ever experienced a deception from an authority?
I'm afraid to say because YouTube might take down the channel.
Well, we don't have to get into it. I'm just asking generally.
Of course.
Yes, it was a joke. Yes.
You'd be a liar to say
no. It's not a joke. YouTube is censoring the most random shit recently. Like, I wrote something about evolution and they don't print it. It's like, are you kidding me? But anyway, like,
what did you write about evolution and why? What was the reason they gave?
That's a change of subject, man.
It is. I'm just interested.
Well, I mean, it's stuff like evolution being. Yeah, it is a change of subject. Forget it.
I'm just interested.
Stay focused here. Like people say stuff like, evolution is completely a scientific theory. It's a philosophical theory, right? With science attached to it and within it. People don't make the distinctions. But anyway, I'm saying, have you ever seen a deception in the scientific field or in an authority field? So what happens when you start to doubt that, or you realize that you really have found a true deception? Doesn't it break down your understanding of what may be and what may not be based on what you've been reading in the authorities that you thought you believed in, right?
Yeah, it comes out to not believing anything. I don't believe, apart from something existing, I don't believe anything 100%. There's always a chance that I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's what.
But you also could be wrong about that.
So there's a chance I'm being deceived by scientists. There's a chance. Yeah, there's a chance of anything. I don't believe anything 100%.
But do you believe that 100%?
See, something that I think believers have trouble with is that we don't.
So you're in a regression.
No, I'm not sure about that. I need more thoughts about it. Do you believe that 100%? Yes, and I know for a fact that apart from that something exists, I don't believe anything else 100%, except for that claim.
But you know, but you believe that. See, you're in a regress.
No, it's not a
You can
regress.
think about it later.
I believe that something exists, and I believe that I don't believe anything 100%. There's no regress there. They're two different facts that I believe.
that you don't believe anything 100%, but you do believe that 100%.
Apart from those two facts, I don't believe anything else 100%. There's no problem with that. Apart from those two facts, there's nothing else I believe 100%.
Okay.
I think you find that's saying.
So it's that and how planets are formed.
No, I don't believe that 100%. When I say
Okay,
no,
so then we're not gonna say that we know. We just say that we believe we know how, or we believe we understand how something works.
No, it comes down to your definition of knowledge. I have a justified true belief. I have a justified true belief that that's how planets are formed. That is what I class as knowledge. It doesn't mean that I believe
again, the crucial part that we're forgetting. Sorry to interrupt, Wildheart, but
no, you're fine.
This keeps getting skipped over. Is that science doesn't prove anything. No science says this is the case 100%. Science says this is our best possible knowledge on this matter, and until something comes along and proves this wrong, and we will then go with that, then this is the best option. There's no proof.
Well said. Well said. That was very well said.
Science admits that we don't know shit.
Philosophy of science. Well said.
Yeah.
Which brings us. I'm sorry. I'm sure this will end the stream, but this brings us to a musical interlude. It's Green Day, Knowledge. Sorry. It's been a couple of hours. Lyrics, Stanley. I think.
A good conversation too.
I know. Carry on. Stick a pin in it. Remember where we are.
Good pushback, but we've all been really respectful and.
Yeah, it's been good. Thanks everyone. It's been good. But I don't give a shit. I've been drinking and I want to see. Three beers. I just want to go down to 0. It's only a short one actually. Just bear with us. Bear with me.
You crash fast when you crash.
I know things get tougher when you can't get top of the bottom of the barrel. My future now. It's what you fucking know. All I know is that I don't 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 know nothing. We get talking to their side. Just like that's it. I'm not gonna change my mind. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. I'm sure we'll leave you with just what you gonna do with yourself, boy, better make up your mind. What you gonna do with yourself? You're running out of time. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. All I know is that I don't know. All I know is that I don't know nothing. That's fine. Right. Wait.
Great song.
Apologies again to anyone with ears.
But he still knows that though. He still knows that, doesn't he?
Yeah. No. That's fair. All he knows, the only thing he knows is that he doesn't know nothing. That's the only thing he knows.
But do you know a better line, Wild Heart? You'll appreciate this. Is all a man needs to know is what a man doesn't need to know.
No, that will lead to problems. Explain that to me.
Yeah, get into the details.
Yeah.
So instead of being too worried about trying to find everything out, just learn what you don't need to know. So, for example,
You will stop living then.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Bullshit.
Yeah, but you need to know the things you need to know. You need to know. So you have to know those things, or else you won't continue living.
Yeah, what if you already know some of the things you don't need to know?
Well, then, as long as you know that you don't need to know them, it's not that you don't know them. It's that you just need to know the things you don't need to know.
But once you figure out the things that you don't need to know, you kind of
you automatically know what you do need to know. And it's not saying don't know what you do need to know.
Right. That's
what I'm saying. You must know what you don't need to know. It's important to know what you don't need to know.
Yeah. So long as you know
So
what you
when
need.
it comes along, you can fuck it up.
Yeah. So long as you know what you need to know, and then anything after that is a bonus. It's kind of another way of putting it.
Yeah, and like we're not going to learn everything there is to know either. Like we'd like to. But, so learn what you can learn, but the more important things is to learn what's bullshit. And
so the thing about that quote or claim, as profound and epic as it sounds, is what is the authority that undergirds it?
It's a song lyric, dude. So it's just someone.
You're like, I don't even care about
It's just a piece of advice. It doesn't need an authority.
It's completely subjective, bro. Like
it's like
Henry Rollins.
Yeah, it's just a piece of advice. You're willing. You're free to take it or leave it as you want. Piece of advice. That's it.
There's no grounding for that.
Has anybody gotten in like a deep argument with you guys where they profess that they can show how ultimately the atheist worldview is going to come down to arbitrariness? And there's no way around it?
No, Mark will say that if you want.
Well, I'm not quite there yet, actually, in my skill, but I think that's where my studies are leading.
But
if we
touch philosophy at all, that's where we're going to end up. We were nearly doing it tonight.
Can I interrupt before I forget? Sorry, Sammy, I apologise. Before I forget, the theist worldview boils down to it being arbitrary because God doesn't get to choose what his attributes are. So it's arbitrary what God's attributes are. Therefore, the theist worldview is also arbitrary. Carry on, Sam.
No, but the problem with that's going to be is that your opinion of that is arbitrary to begin with, so it doesn't matter.
No, but the God thing, right? God being arbitrary.
You got to understand, if your arbitrary source is making claims, they're all arbitrary.
No,
but it doesn't refute what he's saying, though.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. It does. It pulls the rug out.
It doesn't, because it doesn't matter whether I thought it or whether I said it. It would still be true. God being arbitrary came before me existing and me voicing that God is arbitrary. You have to dispute the fact, not the fact that I said it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense.
It's either true or it's not.
Claiming it doesn't automatically make it.
Right, like a serial killer can.
And if it's not true, you have to demonstrate why it's not true. You know what I mean? And sorry, Sammy, for interrupting.
Yeah, I follow. I got to rethink that a little bit. Yeah. It's fair.
Oh, do you even remember what I was saying while I don't.
I was speaking over you an awful lot, to be fair.
Yeah, we sort of got a little bit. Oh, you said about had anyone pushed us to that point of? I'll admit it. I'll go straight there. It is arbitrary.
Yeah, I was going to
Morals
say.
are arbitrary.
Yeah.
Everything's arbitrary, but there's no problem with that. This is the issue. It's good enough that we, as these animals that we are, have this imperfect system that we've worked out. That so far we've figured out it's not great to kill each other because it's not good to the person it happens to. Most people don't enjoy that. So we therefore think, well, okay, let's try and not do things that make me feel bad to other people because they're going to feel like that. And I know what that feels like. And from there, it grows. Like, how is it hard to see if a monkey can feel sorry for another monkey? Like, we're so much more developed. Why wouldn't our emotions be so much more developed than a monkey's?
I
I
would
think you're
suggest
starting
anything
point.
else. Sorry, anything else is an appeal to consequences. You're saying I would rather it be that it not be arbitrary. If it's arbitrary, it's arbitrary. Whether what you want makes no difference whatsoever. If it is arbitrary, then that's the way it is.
Well, you just gave like you know, your opinion on reality, but you started and qualified that it's arbitrary. That's part of the problem. You're like, my opinion's
But if it is
arbitrary ultimately,
It's
but
your
let me tell
problem.
you what I
It's
think.
not a problem for us, though.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Go.
it actually you don't see that, right? That I'm saying you're saying it's not a problem, but it is a problem. It's a philosophical problem to call yourself arbitrary, then make all sorts of knowledge claims.
Are you saying that you would rather it not be arbitrary? You would prefer it not to be arbitrary?
I would prefer. I think that it's safe to say, yeah.
Right? Is that the reason you're giving for saying it's not arbitrary? Is that you would prefer it not to be arbitrary? Because that makes no difference whatsoever. It's arbitrary. Are you saying it's not arbitrary? Is that you would prefer it not to be arbitrary?
No, I'm not saying the reason. I thought you were asking.
So what is the
reason?
Right. So what is the reason that it's not arbitrary?
Arbitrary doesn't mean has no reason. Like that's not
define arbitrary so that we're all on the same page. Because I came in late.
Arbitrary meaning there's no foundations, no foundation to your claim. It's just thin air. It's just blowing smoke.
Baseless? Do you mean it's baseless?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I understand what we're using it like.
Yeah. Say that's true. Say everything is arbitrary.
So to say, like, my claims are baseless, and then go into your reasoning and your worldview and your philosophy, you do have to see how that is a problem on some level.
But can you demonstrate that it's not that is not the case?
But to me, it's the same problem as if though
you would prefer it not to be arbitrary.
That's what I'm saying. What difference does it make?
Well, the difference doesn't make. You can try to bounce over and say, well, you're doing the same thing, but it's not going to change where you're coming from, and you're also still arbitrary. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
No, like
then what you're saying is that.
Well, put it this way then. If I'm a brain in a jar, right, and this whole world, none of you exist. None of this is real. It's all make believe. Then tell me what does it matter whether it's arbitrary or not?
See, I would say.
I'm not sure I follow that example. You're saying if I'm a brain in a vat, why does it matter if it's arbitrary?
Yeah, I think I'm here and I'm real, but really I'm just a brain in a vat. So, like, how does anything that this person standing here that doesn't?
I'd answer that in a way where I think atheism reduces the possibility to that level. So it becomes sort of a cop-out reality. Like, I can't know and I can't be certain, so I'm just going to do what I'm going to do, type of thing.
All that is saying is, I would prefer it not to be arbitrary. If there was God, it wouldn't be arbitrary. Therefore, there's a God. That doesn't work. You can't do that.
And the fact that you see it as a cop-out, that's fine. That you can have that opinion.
Well, no,
I
think it leads.
We see it as we're honest. We're happy to say we don't know, and we don't need to put something in place of what we don't know.
Well, you definitely put things in place. If you're arbitrary and you don't make a worldview decision or have a foundation, and you just talk about reason and value and moral, you're just you're just talking nonsense. Ultimately, you're just making shit up.
But you could be doing the same thing until you can
Again, if you're going to
because of the word arbitrary.
But until you can demonstrate that you have a way out of it, you are doing exactly the
It
same.
doesn't matter if I'm in the boat with you.
But
I'm trying
let's
to show
do
you
this
that we're in this
then.
boat, right? Like,
Right. Let's do this then. Let's replace arbitrary. Let's replace arbitrary with God. Okay. So I place my foundations in God. I place my moral foundations in God.
yeah, I get.
Okay,
I get. Your
that's cool. Hang on. Prove it. You can't. So to me, you are full of shit and you're arbitrary. Your morals and everything, whatever ones you choose to follow from God and what you've interpreted from God, because they'll be different to the next person that believes in God. It's arbitrary.
I get
You
that,
just
but
don't think it
you're
is.
also
It's
coming from an arbitrary
replacing
worldview.
God, whereas I just didn't take the extra step.
Yeah,
I just stayed one step below that.
yeah.
And
So
can
you feel a little bit
You're
safer
still
there.
arbitrary.
I would like to take a time out just to thank everyone in the chat, Matt Big, Joe Day, and everyone who's been in chat, Finborn, and everyone in the chat. I love the chat. They just said that I was ignoring the chat, so that's it.
The philosophy works in a way where the theist is going to have reasons for his values, his morals, and his meaning in life. And the atheist can say it's bullshit, but the atheist is going to be arbitrary, and then he's going to say, well, you're arbitrary too, so I don't care what you say. But the theist is actually going to choose meaning and try to live by it.
Yeah,
Whereas
exactly.
the atheist
You're
is going
gonna
to
choose.
make
You're gonna
up their own
choose
meaning,
it.
you know. So
You're gonna choose it. That's the key thing. You're gonna choose it. You're gonna choose to believe in a God because you don't want it to be arbitrary. That doesn't make it not arbitrary.
No,
It means you're choosing to believe in a God because you.
That was a
prefer
leap,
it.
Wildheart. That was a leap.
Right, you'll have to explain to me how it was a
Well,
leap.
yes,
You're
what we're
choosing
both
to believe in a
saying is
God.
you don't like it, therefore it has to be God.
What's that?
We're both hearing you don't like it, therefore it has to be God. You
No,
don't like
I don't necessarily like there being a God. It's not a matter of my preference.
But you said you're choosing to believe in a God.
I'm not saying I like it.
But you're making the choice. How do you choose what reality is? It doesn't matter what you choose. It's
You
either
don't
arbitrary
choose.
or it's not.
You choose what you think is most likely, right?
But reality is either arbitrary or it's not arbitrary. How does what you choose make any difference whatsoever? You could
It's
choose
how
to
you
believe in
perceive it. It's how you're perceiving the reality.
how you perceive the reality doesn't make any difference whatsoever as to what the reality actually is.
I agree entirely. I agree entirely.
Therefore, even if everything we think is based in something arbitrary, doesn't mean what we think is wrong. That's what you're not getting. You're
That's true.
saying
You
because
could be a brain in a jar.
that everything's like wrong. We're saying could be. That's the whole point.
No,
Right, but then
I agree with you. You can be right about things and have an arbitrary philosophical worldview. Yeah, you can be right about things. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
So what's the problem?
Like I said, I was trying to get to this point. I did qualify that at the beginning, right? I said, has anyone challenged you on the arbitrariness? And I'm not there yet. I'm not able to put this together the way I would like to, but that's what I'm working at. There is something there.
Sorry.
Yeah. There's something there where you can point out. Again, I'm not doing this to my full capability, but what I'm learning is there's a way to point out that the atheist is going to take on an arbitrary view in a way the theist is not going to adapt around it, and it's going to make all the difference.
But can you? Therefore, we've agreed that the universe could be arbitrary. So we're agreeing with you basically. But what is your argument against God being arbitrary? Because God doesn't choose what his attributes are. He's always existed. He didn't get to choose what his attributes are. So God is arbitrary.
I wouldn't have that knowledge to be able to make.
You're saying God is baseless?
He's trying to. Yeah.
If he's always existed, unless you have a cause for God, then God is arbitrary.
So arbitrary to you means without cause?
Without a foundation. What is God's foundation? What created God? Why does God exist? What is God's foundation? If he doesn't have one, then he's arbitrary.
If he doesn't have a foundation, then he is without a base.
Like the most arbitrary thing
Well, while
all
I would
things.
say that I wouldn't necessarily need to prove that in order for God to exist. You know, I wouldn't need to prove that to you or even
No,
myself for God to exist.
no, God could exist, but if he did exist without a foundation, by your definition of arbitrary, God will be arbitrary. If he exists without a foundation, God will be
Well,
arbitrary.
first of all, I wouldn't say he exists without foundation.
Right, so what is his foundation?
I might not be able to
Okay.
know that.
Wait a minute.
Well-
Go with the existence of energy that has always been, or whatever that you talk about. Is that
No, 'cause
arbitrary?
No, because we've already admitted that the universe could be arbitrary. We don't have a problem with that. You're
No,
saying
I'm trying to understand how you're using arbitrary, which is why I brought that back. Okay, so with that energy or whatever, that's you're saying that's
that could be arbitrary.
something. Okay, that can be arbitrary.
Yeah, it could be.
And
yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. So
But
without base.
Yeah. So if someone is arguing that God is not arbitrary, it needs a foundation. It needs a reason why it exists. It needs a cause. It needs a foundation. What is God's foundation? Because if it doesn't have one,
he's self-existent.
So.
Well, that doesn't even make sense to us.
Foundation.
God is like the uncaused cause. It wouldn't make sense to you. It's hard to make sense of.
It's only logical.
What is his foundation? What is his foundation then?
Singularity. You've just added an extra step.
That's magic.
Just what is God's foundation? If you're saying God has a foundation, what is that foundation?
I'm not saying that actually.
No. Okay. His existence.
So you're in exactly the same position we are.
Yeah. No. I agree. I'm saying, but as far as like, does existence need a foundation?
Not to me.
I don't know it. It could be
because if one of the characteristics of God is existence, then that portion of him, that portion of his whatever it is, that'd be a foundation.
There might be no other way that nothing might never have existed. It might be impossible for nothing to exist. Existence might be necessary. Whether that counts as foundation or not, I'm not sure.
God created. How is the thing that come after him its foundation?
Wait a minute. No, wait. He didn't create himself.
No,
existence is all I claim there. Existence, first off.
Yeah.
So his own existence, you mean? Not existence.
No, he didn't. He existence is part of him. All existence is a part of God.
But what does all of existence mean? Does that include all of the universe, the physical matter?
No, it doesn't.
Just the concept of something existing is what you mean.
Well, again, the claim is that something has always been, and of course, if I'm presupposing that is a God of some sort, all right, existence is part of that. Then
it will have no foundation. If something has always been, there's no reason. What is the reason why it's always?
Why is it? Because that's the very nature of existence. Means that it's always been. So that is the very foundation that all things must begin with.
That's not a foundation. Saying that something has always existed is not a foundation for its existence. A foundation is a reason.
No, existence is the foundation.
How do you account for the energy infinite existence then?
I don't know what that means.
You said that energy is infinite, right?
No, I'm saying that energy could be arbitrary. It could be impossible for there have ever to be nothing. Existence is necessary because
you said
it couldn't be any other way. Impossibility to the contrary.
You said
you're missing the correlation.
You said energy is infinite, right? It has no beginning, no end. So what's the foundation?
Yeah.
What's the foundation?
There is no foundation. I'm saying it could be arbitrary.
Yeah,
right, but it exists.
The wrong word there by saying
it's attached to existence.
It's not.
It doesn't have a foundation. It's just necessary. Something
okay,
has
but it's attached. It's attached to existence because it's always existed. You said that. So its foundational base is existence, but that's everything. Because without existence, you have a state of nothing.
Yeah,
which you don't believe ever happened.
If God always existed, then you can't put existence as the foundation for God, because existence will have to come first, then God, for existence to be the foundation of God. existence has to come first. You can't have
Chicken
God
or the
always
egg, eh?
existing. Sorry?
And can I point out that you're arguing against Wildheart here, not science, because he's gone off the track a little bit. Nobody has ever said that energy is infinite. You're using the wrong word. No, he said it cannot be created or destroyed, and that is very different from infinity.
I don't know about that.
And I just need to
No, I
clarify
agree with that. Infinite and
energy
always
could have
existing
never
is not
have
the same
been
thing.
at some point non-existent.
Infinite is different from always having always existed.
Okay, wait. So the energy can't be
Eternal is different from infinite.
Eternal. That's the word. Yeah, eternal is different from infinite.
But not even. Let me just finish the point. We humans in this system have no means to create or destroy energy. Doesn't mean it wasn't created or it didn't begin to exist or that it may stop existing at some point. We have no means.
No,
That's a sound point. No, that's worth considering.
I disagree with that. If the law of the, I don't know what law it is, second law of thermodynamics, if that's true, and
He's talking about no. You missed his caveat. Say it again, 420.
Well, I'll add this bit. It might clarify. So during the first few Planck seconds of the Big Bang, Wildheart, those laws didn't exist, bro. There was no law of thermodynamics. There was no gravity. There was no, that shit was just all together. We cannot comprehend it. That's the problem. We're trying to put in.
That was brilliant, 420. Sam, is that your name? Sammy?
Yeah.
That was brilliant, bro. That was well said. Applause.
Oh, thank you. That's why I wanted to bring it up here, because that's the difference between infinity means there was no beginning. It means there has to be no beginning and no end. We don't know because of that Big Bang thing. Remember?
Yeah.
Did it start? Was it eternal? It could be eternal.
Yeah, that's what I meant. It could be. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good.
But then we have to get back to causation at some point, right? Like something had to happen for something.
And I think this is the point, and I think this is where we have to go our separate ways, but shake hands and do it, because we don't need a cause. That's the thing. And it's like, why do you need a cause? Why can't you accept?
Oh no, I'm curious. I'm just curious.
No, but then
I don't need the cause. I'm just curious.
Then you have to have a cause for God. If you're saying we need a cause for something always existing, you need a cause for God as well. It's unfair otherwise.
No, I don't. My claim is that God is an eternal thing.
But my claim is that energy could be an eternal thing. So what separates them?
I don't disagree with you.
Well, so we actually are all in agreement then. We're all agnostics.
I definitely I'm agnostic to a lot of things. Yes.
I think people could be wrong about them knowing. I think everyone's agnostic, whether you're theist or atheist. I think everyone is agnostic. They don't know.
Absolutely, I think so. I think people deceive themselves into believing they know things when they just believe things.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So do I. And I will admit, as an atheist, that we have biases and we will tend to believe science more easily than...
With good reason. I love that.
For example.
You believe scientists, yes.
Thank you.
Science with good reason, because it's not just science. It's not.
You're not scientists, so you have faith in scientists doing science.
A part of science.
There's a consensus among people in that field. The people who know most about that field.
Listen to 420. Listen to what 420 is saying, dude. Listen to what he's saying.
Also.
Oh, I finished. I was just saying that scientists are also part of science. So yes, we do listen to scientists, but we are following the science.
No, my problem was we don't believe one individual scientist. The consensus, the most people in that field who know most about the subject agree that this is the best model we have for explaining how a particular thing works.
Well, and then JG brought
I
up
believe
before,
in more than I do.
have you ever been misled by people in authority? And there was a consensus. Hold on, there was a wait a second, and scientists too. Okay, but see, I don't want to go into the scientist versus doctor thing, but as far as sometimes they're misled and sometimes there's malintent. But I mean, as far as being accurate, just a simple look at the last, I don't know, 50 years of the food pyramid and things that people have agreed on, that they I guess a lot of people believed and some people weren't sure about, but the consensus was that was good, and it ended in catastrophe.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't mean it's correct. It's just it means it's the best we have at the moment. Right. It could be wrong.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But it's the best we have.
Now, if you control the field of science and you get people thinking like that, we're going to need consensus. We're going to need specialists who are called scientists doing the science. We're going to select who that's going to be, and ultimately, we're going to get different outcomes.
No.
We're going to listen. We're going to select from those and control which ones we release to the public, such as a food pyramid. That's what we need to do in order to do what we want to do. Those things exist.
That makes it not a true consensus then. If you're selecting which ones you choose to release to the public, that is not consensus.
I know. I get that.
So that's
there's alleged
it's human interference in science.
It could happen. Yeah, it could happen. That is not true.
Even the alleged consensus can be tampered with. Like you can take the group that you want to fit what you want to be found.
That's tampering with it. That's humans tampering with it. It's not true consensus then. I'm saying just
right.
Yeah.
So I'm saying you guys have faith that there's a lot of true consensus, and I don't have that same faith.
Where all scientists know each other and communicate and will cover up because there's not one scientist working on shit. It's like if one scientist tried to cover something up, the next scientist would be like, "What is that?"
Well, there's this thing called funding.
Yeah, right.
I'm not saying that never happens.
You guys have a lot more faith.
I am arguing for the scientific method where that doesn't happen. If that happens, it's possible that happens. I'm just saying that it's not what I'm arguing for. It's completely irrelevant to the argument. I'm arguing for scientific consensus.
In your government, me and Wildheart, we don't trust our governments either, but it's nowhere near as bad.
Who do you think runs science? What are you talking about? The science department is run by government.
Well, in our country, in America, yeah, it's really, we don't trust authority much at all. But then again, if you look at what we've got going on right now, we've got evidence.
We don't trust your government.
You guys,
we're not happy about shit.
Wait, you guys don't think that the science department and the whole science division is government controlled, military controlled?
Not the whole thing. No, absolutely not. I know the government funded departments.
The oversight.
Oh, no. Wait. You don't really believe that. I can show you why. Because if a scientist discovered something that was deemed dangerous or not good for the population, the military would immediately confiscate that shit and keep it under wraps, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Sorry, Jordan, it's an Easter egg. My mum, for some reason, yesterday gave me an Easter egg. I don't know. But that's what I'm eating. So
yeah, 420. The generalization doesn't prove all that much, but in a way, if you step back and look at who's funding what and who's controlling what, it means most everything.
I don't disagree at all. I think it is corrupted from the top all the way down.
Okay,
and that
great.
is because it is human.
So when you guys start talking about science and trusting science and having faith in
absolutely.
that, which you don't trust, that's where we're saying,
No, but we get it. We get it. It's still the best option. The only point we've ever made, and the point that science makes, it's the best option. To us, God
that's not a good argument in philosophically, like it's the best we've got. Like that's how they do the COVID jabs. It's experimental mRNA technology. That's the best we've got.
If you agree that it's the best we've got, what else are we going to go with them? Why? if you agree that science is the best we've got, if you're going to go with something else, you're admitting that it's not the best thing to go with.
I'm not admitting that science is the best we got.
So what is better than science?
For what?
For determining what's real, what's true.
Wait. Don't confuse the terms there. You're saying that science is the best we've got. No. We're saying that a lot of the stuff that we're calling science is not the best we have. That there are other methods that are not necessarily approved of by the consensus.
I'm going with
define
the
truth,
scientific method.
Okay.
The
Define
scientific
truth. You
method.
don't listen, guys. Define truth.
Sorry,
you don't
can I
use
speak,
science.
please? I am saying the scientific method, which involves scientific consensus without interference from you adding loads of shit on. I'm saying the scientific method is the best we have. Explain what is better and why.
No, that's good. That's fine. I agree that the scientific method is a very good way to test and observe and get results. Yes.
I would say that to explain the nature of reality better than science and more important than science is philosophy.
But there is that kind of.
That's what we're doing here all night.
There is a philosophy of science, though. Science includes philosophy.
Science.
I'm glad you think so.
Philosophy is part of science.
Science
Yeah,
relies on philosophy.
philosophy of science. Yeah,
Science relies on philosophy, right? Does it not?
It includes philosophy, I would
Of course
say.
it does. You need to use logic and the law of identity. When
It doesn't make sense when philosophy is part of science. You can't say philosophy is better when
the whole
philosophy is
argument
included
for
in
God
science.
is a philosophical argument. It's not a scientific
Exactly.
argument.
Yeah, we have philosophy and science. You just have philosophy. Therefore, philosophy and science must be better than just philosophy.
I don't know about this better than, like, you're talking about the processes of things, how they work in science, and you're talking about the nature of reality with philosophy.
Yeah, I'm saying we have philosophy because philosophy is included in science. So we have philosophy and
That's
science.
not why we have. That's not why we
You just have philosophy. How can philosophy be better than philosophy and science?
Well, I agree. We want to utilize both. Sure.
You've just
utilize
Jay,
both.
you've just said a builder is better than a construction worker.
What's that?
You've literally just said a builder is better than a construction.
No, I didn't. I'm sure I didn't literally say that.
Sorry,
you can say figuratively.
You figuratively said, but almost literally. Like that's how.
Almost literally, you're going to make this big point. I'm starting with that.
You're saying that science is worth less than nothing. If philosophy is better than philosophy and science, you're saying that science is like negative meaning. It's worth less than nothing.
You can't use science without philosophy.
Yeah.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So we're using both. You're just using one. Surely both has to be better than one. Philosophy and science.
Whoa. What makes you think that we're not using science?
I know. I don't understand that either.
You're confusing the idea of accepted. No. We can use science.
No, they just said it's better. So let's get to that. How is just philosophy better than
it's not just philosophy, but the argument of God and existence and the nature of reality is a philosophical argument. For the most part, you can try to use science and the processes of how, but the argument of reality and what is, of morality, of love, all the things we've talked about tonight, whether God exists or not, that's all philosophical.
Do you know
philosophically? So you're not using science. If it's all philosophical, you are not using science.
You just said that philosophy. Okay, there's no just use of philosophy alone in this. I don't think, for the most part.
That's what Jason just said. He said it's all philosophy.
No,
it's all philosophy.
Primarily.
So
you didn't say. I'll give you that. You just misspoke, but you didn't say all philosophy. But that's fine.
Look, I know what. If I said that, I know what I think, and I think primarily philosophy.
And admittedly, we're still only doing epistemology, but already all philosophy has fucking done is prove, if anything, that I don't exist. Or that if I do exist, I don't know in what state I exist. Or that
So it made you question things.
I perceive myself as existing.
So philosophy made you question things that you wanted to feel secure about.
Science actually shows me hey, I have a physical body. I have these organs that work this way. They can go wrong. When they go wrong, I can take this medicine and I get better. I can go and have a surgery, and I can physically do all that stuff and prove it to myself.
Sorry, Joe.
But
There. Sorry.
as far as the proof, I don't see how philosophy.
Right. Right. Mathpig said this is the better way of putting it. What is better than scientific method for determining how the natural world works? Can you answer that?
That's what we already.
I think the scientific method is fine.
But what is better? If you're saying that something is better, what is that thing that is better? If you're not saying something's better, then that's
Better
The
for
scientific.
what? The natural world.
how the natural world works. Yeah.
So that
Is there a better method?
This is a natural world entailing logic and mathematics. We're going to test that with science. Is he saying, or is he talking about the material world?
The natural.
The
Define
whole
the natural world.
The whole world.
Yeah, just everything.
All
Everything we
of
know
it.
exists.
The whole world, or we're going to test laws of logic with a scientific method?
Everything we know exists.
We don't know that the laws of logic exist.
But it's not saying it's
We do
perfect.
test and observe. We do test
No.
and observe the laws of logic, don't we?
Yeah.
Yep, we're going to use science
The question
and
is-
philosophy.
But the question is there a better method that you have, and what is it?
Well,
If there is a better
we're given an
method, what is
example. We're giving you an example of the natural world by saying the laws of logic, and we're asking, can we test those scientifically?
that? No, but the question is, if there is a better method, what is that method?
So have we
I'm not saying it's perfect.
determined the method for testing logic with science?
Have you got a better method than the scientific
Okay,
method?
Well, I don't know that science can even. I don't think science can even.
We're not saying it's perfect. We're saying
You have
if
to
there is a
define the
better method,
natural
what
world.
is it?
Yeah,
You have to. You have to unpack the natural world. You
You're not
said
listening,
everything.
Wildheart. You're not getting
Everything
it.
we know exists. Everything we know exists.
So the laws of logic exist, correct?
Yes.
They've narrowed the
Hold on a
entire
second.
natural
You're
world
going into-
down
you're
to the
going to-
laws of logic.
No,
So
That's
let's
the part
apply
that-
that.
Fucking speak.
What is the better? Okay, so I'm just going to apply that.
You're coming up with problems with the scientific method. I'm just asking. I'm saying the scientific method is not perfect. It might not be able to answer why the laws of logic exist. I'm saying, have you got a better method? And what is that method?
I still haven't established whether we can test the laws of logic with science. I'm asking you, can we?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Have you got a better
You
method?
don't. So you don't know.
No,
You're not- you're
it matters if you can test the. Okay, never mind. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah.
Have you
I'm
got a better
asking if-
method than the
it sounds
scientific
like
one?
you don't even know. I'll
It doesn't.
answer
It
the
doesn't
question, but I
matter.
need
You're
a
picking
clarification.
holes in the scientific method. That's not
I
the
need a
question. The question
I
is
need a
there a
clarification.
better method? Is there a better method that you know of than the scientific method? That's the question.
Your Honor,
But
he's
you've
badgering
got
the
to
witness.
say for what though, because they're saying for
Determining how the natural world
defining
works.
logic. No,
It-
but
it's not a perfect
defining
fit
the
for
natural
everything.
world as a whole, yes.
It's not a perfect fit for
It was a-
everything, dude. I mean, it's not
Yeah,
even perfect. It's not always applicable to everything.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not perfect. I'm saying, have you got a better method for determining how the natural world works? Have you got a
There,
better
you
one?
need to add
It's a
that,
combination
how the
of
natural
methods.
world works.
Yeah, is there a better method than scientific method for determining how the natural world works?
What I'm saying is you have to define the natural world, and then we can piece apart that and say, well, this is part of the natural world, and this isn't, and then we have to hold on. Then we'd have to weigh out, because you're saying better. Then we have to say, well, what's
No,
better, or more important
But
in the natural
you
world?
either have a better method or you
No.
don't.
No,
For
it's not.
You're
what
trying to
that
oversimplify
You're
the
missing
question.
that part. You're
Yeah, you
missing a
are.
part. Because if you want to say, right, the physical globe and plants and animals and humans, they're going to say the scientific method. If you
Right.
say the laws of logic and mathematics, they're going to say philosophy. And I'm going to agree with both of those things.
But the
So you
scientific
need
method, the scientific
you
method
need to
includes philosophy.
define what you're.
It includes philosophy. No, that doesn't change anything because it includes.
So then apply the scientific method to the study of the laws of logic based on what you just said.
I'm saying even if we can't. So all right. So scientific method cannot explain the laws of logic. What is a better method to explain everything in the natural world, including the laws of logic? What is the better method?
Well, since we've already isolated the laws of logic, I guess you would say philosophy is the better method.
But philosophy is included within the scientific method. There is a philosophy of science. It includes philosophy.
No, the
We've
philosophy
also,
doesn't mean it's
agreed that science without philosophy can't deal with the laws of logic.
But,
And you need the laws
So
of
we
logic to
can't
perform
separate.
science.
right, so philosophy is better than the scientific method.
You want to reduce it to this better than argument. It's not going to work.
That's all I want to. So you're saying philosophy is better than science?
No,
The scientific
No,
method.
see, you're trying to oversimplify what's being said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm trying to get people to answer the question.
You
Well,
can't simplify something
not an
to a
answer.
certain limit.
I apologize,
And then-
George.
it's like
apologize.
saying who's better,
My fault.
who's better, Braveheart or 420? Who's better?
No, can just
They have their
address
strengths and
this.
weaknesses, you know.
Sorry, a copyright claim. You don't have to worry about it. It just means you have to mute this up. I'm sorry about that, Jordan, but yeah, it's my fault. But yeah, if you just mute the song, you won't get into trouble for it, basically. But I apologize. It was my fault. Sorry.
Sorry, someone said something to me. I heard my name. I didn't hear what you said there.
No, I was talking.
Will. Will.
No, I was talking to Joe. Oh, Will, did you say something? Sorry.
No.
Yeah, for all the answers, we'll go with that. What is better than the scientific method? For all the answers. He's just asking me for all the answers.
That's what you said. You said ask Sam. So ask me. So
Yeah.
see, and this is. I don't know that I can say it any different than they have though. So I can't answer that question because one of them's going to leave stuff out. Unless, now, if you want to define the natural world to include abstract ideas, which is what Matspic's saying, then you can't choose either. Because you need philosophy to talk about abstract ideas. It's that simple. So,
You need math pig
at the same time, the fact that philosophy is part of science, we're kind of having a bit of a nonsense conversation.
Right. So I think I've got it. So say the natural world is everything we can test. Is there a better method than the scientific method for things we can actually test?
The scientific method is the best way to test things that the scientific method is good at testing.
Yes.
Closed.
But that would include everything you can test. I would say.
So what happens when what happens if we go, yeah, it's the best method for testing the natural world. Let's move on. Okay.
Right. So why are you using a different method? You're saying
That's an assumption.
You're saying either God is untestable or we should use a different method to test God, but not
God is you saying God is the natural world now? Like you're a pagan?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, that's
So that's the point. They're sort of saying that these are all these getting into that abstract realm where this counts. It doesn't count out here in the real world, but
let's qualify the real world real quick.
Sorry, I'm talking very specifically to Wild Heart as an atheist. I didn't mean to.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I
know that was quite offensive, and so I'm trying to apologise. I could have found a much better way to phrase that, and take current.
Who gives a shit?
You're good, homie. You're good, man.
Consideration.
The theist, never mind then.
Because those
arbitrary.
theists, they live in the real world. They live in the fantasy world.
Yeah.
No,
what I mean. Reality isn't that tough. You just make sure
the abstract world. I believe in the abstract world. It's like it's not a physical thing. It's just that
it can't be tested.
Yeah.
So when we travel back, let's say, to the original topic of morality, have you guys ever considered the implications of subjective morality on a level where it's like, if you get desperate enough, if your life gets low enough, you go to the place where you're like, you know what? It doesn't fucking matter what I do or who I do it to. It's just a matter of getting away with it, getting what I fucking want. You
But
ever
that's an
considered
appeal.
that?
Yes.
That's an appeal to consequences.
Sure.
That's a fallacy.
It's a fallacy to bring up a situation
An
where that
appeal
might
to
happen.
consequences.
No,
An
but
appeal
what
to
was the
consequences.
question?
No, it's just consider it a hypothetical and go with it, okay? Because
What was the
that's
question?
It's
I'm saying,
Have we
I'm
experienced
saying, have
it?
you ever thought of subjective morality in the way when you get desperate enough,
But,
your life gets deplorable enough?
if I come to
Hang
the
on.
conclusion that
What?
you're right and subjective morality is not the best thing, that doesn't change whether subjective reality.
you're right.
I
This is
know.
purely this is entertainment only.
All right.
Yeah, you're jumping to this doesn't mean
Yeah.
this. It's a
So
reality. It's a hypothetical.
I'll just cut it off. I'll just cut it off. Yeah, objective reality. Objective morality might be better than subjective reality. Makes no difference whatsoever whether it's
Well,
true or not.
I mean, the thought experiment is what's most important.
No, okay, but the thought exercise is to look at. Okay, you know what? It's your show, bro. Do you think?
No, but the ultimate objective is to get me to admit that objective morality might be better than
You're so
subjective.
suspicious. You're so
Might be.
suspicious. You're inferring that
Come
there's
on.
a plot
This is
against
true.
you.
Remember
Of
what
course
I
not.
said the
That
other
is
day?
what we were trying to get to.
Wildheart, maybe I just want you to be more moral. If that is what I want, that's you might not.
Right. Let's go with it
I
then.
don't know.
And
I don't know what
it's
you're going to
more
base that on.
productive.
Ask the question again. Ask the question again.
So I'm saying it was a hypothetical. Like, have you considered what subjective morality can lead to if your life gets despicable or deplorable enough or desperate enough to the point where you get so angry and bitter at life, you realize you come to a point and say, you know what? I can do whatever the fuck I want to whoever I want. It's just a matter of me getting away with it. It doesn't matter. There's no consequence. Fuck it.
No,
So can I answer that?
wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay, so we don't think we want to get there or can get there, but the difference
don't think
is
I could
someone who
get
thinks that actual morals exist may not get that low to the point where it's like, fuck it all, it doesn't matter anyway. It's nihilistic ultimately, right? Like,
I'm just saying, I can only go on what I think, and I personally couldn't get there. I value other people more than myself.
that
so-
guy,
Yeah, but
that,
there's
was on,
school
that guy that
shootings.
was on your show earlier with a beard.
No, I'm
with a
saying
beard,
I'm not saying other
he
people
said-
couldn't. I'm saying for me, I couldn't.
No. That guy
I would
with
kill
the beard.
myself before I killed anyone else.
Well, I actually do understand what you're saying there. The guy with the beard and drinking the beer earlier, he was like the devil's advocate guy. He's like, oh man, I'll take that vegetarian and put him in the field with the fox and the baby. Like, that's the guy who's thoughtful enough to go through those. He's kind of doing it on the other end. He's like the moral Satan character in his scenarios. But if you do that, the reverse, like how deplorable and low can I get, and what am I willing to do with subjective morality? Like, it's not right or wrong, and that can be like.
Sorry.
I'm just saying that can be a important thought experiment to do.
Yeah.
Is regarding reality. That's just the point I wanted to say.
I couldn't answer it honestly because I couldn't put myself in that position. I would just kill myself first. Before
Morale. Oh, I'm sorry. You were going to say something. 420.
Yeah, I'm not saying that other people couldn't do it, but I couldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate.
Well, I had actually been there for real.
I have actually.
So I can quite easily put myself in that place. So, what's the next step?
The next step?
Yeah, well, you said, have you ever,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, quite easily. I've been there for in real life.
Okay, so the consideration was if you get to the low point and you have a subjective moral worldview, in other words, there is no actual right or wrong. You can do what you want. It doesn't matter. There's no actual consequence. What is going to be in place to stop you from stepping over that edge?
The same thing that stops the priest that is a pedophile.
Now, how can you assume that's true?
Yeah, they're not always stopped.
What? They're not stopped. They get right on in there.
That's my point. Nothing.
Nothing.
The same thing. You decide yourself. God doesn't do shit. The fear of hell doesn't do shit. You decide.
Yeah, but that's just. I mean, that's that's quite a step. I really don't know what we're talking about. There's no.
Okay, look, I can. You say you've
can't
been
see
to your
what
lowest,
I'm saying?
dude. You say you've been to your that point. Do you understand
Yeah,
what he's suggesting?
absolutely.
So you've been to the place where you didn't
I,
value anyone else
when I
at
was
all.
younger, right, I was addicted to a certain drug, and you get to a point where you don't care about human life. You don't care about anything. So I understand what he's saying, and
So
I'm
when
saying
you
the
kick
only
that
thing that would
habit,
stop me getting there is the same thing that stops a person who believes in God.
well, I want to ask you. I mean, and I don't know if this actually will follow along with this, but when you decided to kick, was it for your own health?
Mostly, yes.
And then after you attended to that, you at
I
some point gained
realized,
concern.
yes, and
Okay.
once I was of clear mind, I could then see the importance of looking after other people.
Okay, so can I just say that what you're describing is a state brought on by that situation, but
Hmm.
I'm going to say that I know people due to my past occupations that will clearly tell you, and they're teetotalers, man. It's not a matter of addiction. It's a condition that they are in where they do not value human life based on the idea that, it really doesn't matter. It's all, it's just a dream. It doesn't matter. There's no consequences. Nothing's better than anything else, and they gained some sort of pleasure out of the harm that they did.
Yeah, they call them
know
psychopaths.
that's
We have
true,
a
but
scientific name
based
for
on
it.
the idea that it didn't matter. That was their whole thing. Is it didn't matter? It doesn't
But
matter.
see,
None of this matters.
that's kind of, but
Now this is a good
you're
point right
missing the
here.
fact that there's physical things happening there. There's
Let's
chemical imbalances, and there's physiological problems often. For example, my son, he has over 100. They stopped counting at 50, but they said there's more than double that. So over 100 lumps in his brain that they have. There's no one on earth can guess at what these will do to him for the rest of his life if he survives for that long. He could live a normal life. He could turn out to be a serial killer. He could be a vegetable. He could, and so where's the soul in that? Like, which soul is he gonna be? Is it predetermined? Is it waiting for him once he dies? Like,
I'm not.
how
I lost you. I lost you at a certain point. Help me with that. With what you're saying.
sorry, I did sort of jump across to soul there, but just saying that we're kind of implying that there's some sort of mystical or super. I know we don't have a better word than supernatural. If you can give me one, I'll use it. Or religious, whatever you want to call it, connotations that I don't think is there. I think it's physical. I think the things that's happening in the brain is a chemical imbalance. The psychopath is a psychopath because of something wrong in the brain, not because of his
based
evil.
on what's
wrong based on what?
Based on what standard is a psychopath
Yes.
morally wrong? Right.
That's what I was getting.
On our societal ones.
So an appeal to
What do you
popularity
want?
or
That's arbitrary.
You want societal, exactly, but that's not good enough for you.
But can I
You
interrupt?
need this
That brings up a good point, which
to
was
mean anything, or else you're going to go and rape and murder. Like, that scares me that Christians need that level of objective morality.
It doesn't hurt.
I'm just happy not to hurt other people because I know how it feels. I don't need
It doesn't.
God
It doesn't
to
hurt.
say that,
It
or
doesn't
else I'm
hurt.
going to go and rape and do what the fuck I want.
I don't think that Christians necessarily need it in the regard that you're claiming they do. That's somewhat of a strong.
I kind of agree with you, but some Christians do claim that if they didn't believe in God, they would go out and rape and murder. So it's clear that the religion would keep them from doing
some
that.
atheists believe that raping and murder is not wrong, right?
I want to make a confession.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I just want to make a confession. This happened just the other day because I'm on this job site right now, and there's so many things. I know there's no cameras. I know the security inside and out, and I'm not typically one to ever steal anything, but I was like, I'm thinking I could take some of this, and I'm like, I could get away with it, and it's no problem, and they wouldn't miss it and everything, and because it's not anything that they don't have an abundance of, and I thought, yeah, that would be wrong, but I should, but why not? And then I thought, nah, this isn't the way that I was meant to be. This isn't the way that that he wants me to be. And I, yeah. So I there was a secondary reinforcement.
So it is because you think God exists that you didn't do that.
It was a secondary reinforcement. I knew that it was wrong, and I knew that I could get away with it. But
when you have a decision that you make
wrong?
That's wrong, you don't really have a reason, right?
Automatically. How did you know that?
What was the first thing that stopped you?
So
the knowledge that it was wrong.
Yeah, you saying that was a secondary reinforcement. What was the first reinforcement that it was
the knowledge that it was wrong?
But no, that's the question. How did you know?
Know that it was wrong?
Yes.
Because it was definitely not my property. And yeah.
See, I would say that's societal.
But that's okay. Society says you don't take other people.
It's hard to know the complexities of all that
society wasn't watching me.
No, but you've learned from society that it's wrong to steal. It's your.
I've been stolen from. I don't like the way it feels.
Exactly. That's what Sammy's point was and mine. It's that knowledge you don't want to be stolen from, therefore you don't steal.
Yeah, there was empathy there for someone else's plight.
That was the first thing.
So you're talking about the Sermon on the Mount now, like the Golden Rule? Matthew 5-7.
Sorry, are you talking to me or Will?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
No, first of all, the Golden Rule didn't come from the Bible. It was.
Well, I'm citing the reference from Matthew 5-7, but where did it come from?
The Golden. What did? Sorry, I'm getting confused.
Well,
I just want to get this out of the way. If God existed, what I do is repent after, because God always forgives.
You quoted the Golden Rule, and then you said it didn't come from the Bible. So just
it didn't.
You quoted it and where it's from.
Yeah, it's from the what's that thing called, the laws from something Harabi. What's that thing, Will? Where they had laws. For fuck's sake.
No, you're right. I think it was Harabi or something, or maybe that was that gorilla. I don't know.
I think
you want to talk about that comment that Matt Pig wrote? That's great.
No, I'm saying that the Golden Rule didn't come from the Bible, and it's not perfect either. Because saying treat others how you want to be treated, that's fine until you meet a sadist. And they want to be treated in a certain way, so that.
Well, it's a general principle. It's not an absolute thing.
Yeah.
Just like turn the other cheek. There's a point where you're supposed to kick the shit out of somebody who's hurting you.
Yeah. But I'm gonna have to look it up.
I mean, it's okay if you don't want to. It's
fine. It's just.
No, the concept of treat others how you want to be treated. I mean, that's arguably something that you come up with through on your own.
I'm gonna go with.
I would say. Well, look, you want to post that comment by Math Pig? That's a pretty edgy comment. You can look at.
I've got so many tabs.
How he wants to.
It's so
one and then repent after, because.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember thinking of that years ago, something like that. Like, yeah, I mean, if you can just do what you want, then that's an even greater security, right? You can be forgiven.
But it doesn't get. You're saying, why would atheists not just do what they want? Why would
that's an operation of fear. That's an operation of fear.
But you can just ask God for forgiveness, and then you're forgiven. So why not just do what you want? Why not kill people?
Again, because the forgiveness is to avoid a punishment. a bad consequence. Some people serve God just because they love God.
But the question was, why don't atheists just get to the point where they just say, "Oh fuck it, kill anyone"? Why don't Christians
Well,
do
there's
that?
no
No, that's not the point. I
there's
don't.
no reason
Christianity
why.
doesn't get you out of the problem. 'Cause you
That
can
was
just
never
do
the
it.
point.
Right, that's me misunderstanding. I apologize.
That was a hypothetical that we were talking about. It's not an attack on atheism or anything. It was a hypothetical. Am I correct, Jay? Jay?
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
look
it was
into
like
subjective morality
Yeah,
and the depravity of life, and then making decisions based on the fact that there is no morality intact. But see, MathPig makes a great
yeah.
counterpoint about Christianity.
That's
How
what
you
I
can
was
kind
saying.
of get away with doing what you want and then get forgiven
Yeah,
after. It's a tricky way to put it. And
yeah. You can do what you want and then just ask for forgiveness later, and
yeah.
you're fine.
So, what do you think about that, William? How would you answer to that?
What's that? What was the question?
It's
Well,
posted on stream.
can I pose a question for you to answer then that addresses?
Can we just? I've been trying to get rid of this. No, Sammy, I've been trying to get
It
rid of
is
this
this question. It is this question. Why is Hitler in heaven?
Huh?
But
Why do you think
Whoa,
he is?
wow! That
right?
was what?
I don't want
What
to
are you
dox
saying?
myself. Hey, let's just pretend that he was the Catholic that he said he was. We know he got into the occult and shit, but he claimed to be a Catholic. He made Catholicism Germany's main religion during the war and whatnot.
Yeah.
So let's just for the thought experiment.
Uh huh.
He's going to heaven, but me, who I won't dox myself, but I care for people all day for fuck all money because I care and want to make a difference. And I don't lie, I don't steal, I don't cheat. I, pay my taxes, do everything I can possibly do to better this world, but I'm going to go to hell because I reject God.
Do you know that for a fact that you're going to hell?
No, just according to my best interpretation of Christianity.
So you don't like the rules, therefore God doesn't exist, right?
No, I don't
It's
understand
not.
the rules.
It's not an
Okay.
argument about whether God
You don't
exists or
definitely
not.
don't like them either. That's why you have.
It's an argument about whether it's fair or not. If
I
that
don't
was
know
that was the
anything
thing.
about
Obviously you
Christianity,
don't
but
like.
that's not the thing. I was a Christian for many years, so don't.
Okay, you
Just
don't like the
don't
rules.
try to
You're
go
saying
down
you
that.
do like the rules. You do like the rules. How Hitler can go to heaven, but you may be left out. You think that's?
That's
I
question.
think
Is
it's
that
stupid,
is that
Bill. I would like your interpretation or your explanation. Or are you okay with that? Are you okay with those rules?
Well, if there's a set of rules when you go to take a math test or a physics test, you might not be okay
But
with it.
we didn't take a test. We didn't choose it. We just got born.
What
No,
he's
I
asking?
understand. It's not a perfect analogy. I'm
So,
saying, are you going to contest
No.
the way the test
What
is
he's
being
asking is,
structured and decide if you're
given
going
that
to?
those are the rules,
Not
are
if
those
it was
rules moral? Do you think in your subjective opinion that those rules are moral? Just say they are the rules. Are those moral? Are those fair?
I'm having trouble hearing you. Say again.
Just say that those are the rules. Are they fair? Are they moral in your opinion?
Oh, the hypothetical that Hitler gets into heaven and 420 here doesn't, basically,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It doesn't sound fair. I agree.
Right. So you must disagree that those are the rules, or you don't care whether
You
it's
guys got
fair.
to talk one at a time.
Sorry. Go on, Sammy.
it doesn't sound fair. We can all agree on that. Do you
Yeah.
think it's fair, you personally?
I'm trying to think what the difference of that is. It doesn't seem fair to me versus
Based on your hypothetical, I don't think it's fair. Based on your hypothetical,
right?
Yeah. So you either think that those aren't the rules, or you are fine with something not being fair.
Well, that's not clear about the rules.
Those are the two options, as I see it.
If you want to clarify a scenario like that, you say someone who's forgiven that's done atrocities, killed millions of people gets to go, but 420 doesn't. Right? Then you're going to clarify how that works, right? Forgiveness and so forth. Like that doesn't seem. It doesn't seem fair, and I don't like that. in fact. But if those are the rules, those are the rules. That's kind of how I.
No, he set up the hypothetical. We're not going to bring anything outside of the hypothetical because otherwise we'd have a different discussion. But based on the very simplistic hypothetical and the rules that they're asking us to assume for this,
Right. Yeah.
I mean, based on the hypothetical, it's a very simplistic view, but it would be unfair based only on that.
Given that if those were the rules and you agree that it's unfair, would you still worship the God that created those rules?
So
see, we haven't even decided what rules those are.
No, I'm saying just saying that was correct in the hypothetical. Just accept those are correct.
Maybe you don't notice this, but at no point did you guys assign this to as anything other than the. Hold on. Yeah, no. At no point did you say the Christian God.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying those are the rules. Those are the rules. And all right, I'm the Christian.
What are the rules?
We haven't said
The rules
any.
are, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter how bad you are. You could be Hitler and get into heaven if you believe in Jesus, or you could be the best person in the world. You don't believe in Jesus, you go to hell. Just accept that those are the rules.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Yeah, no, that's a horrific idea the way that you lay that out. I'm glad I don't subscribe to that.
Right, would you worship a God? Say those were the rules. Would you worship a God who came up with those rules?
Would I worship a God who came up with those rules? I don't know. I'd need to know a little. I'd have to have better understanding of what his intentions were.
if it's the true God, then a theist by definition would have to, right? A believer in God would have to believe in the God who exists. Who is
you could believe? No, you could believe he exists.
I don't have to worship.
And not worship him. That is an option. You could believe he exists and just go fuck himself because he's an immoral monster.
The problem.
No, this is the heart of the matter, Jay. This is the heart of the matter. This is a representation, I believe, of what some atheists believe about God. And so they're saying, based on this understanding, I'd have to reject that, and anyone that doesn't is immoral or dishonest.
Thank you.
Based on this understanding. I think that's what he's saying. I'm not sure.
Well, I guess I see what you're saying.
You don't believe that.
I'm coming at it from an angle. If there is one God that exists, it doesn't really matter what the rules are. Like that's a broad angle.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily have to worship him.
Well, no, if God controls everything and he demands worship, or you go to hell, let's say.
Then you could go to hell. There was an option.
You have the option of going to hell. Say, fuck you, God, you're immoral. I would rather burn in hell than worship you. That's an option.
Those are the rules.
But I'm saying, if you're going to defy what you know to be the creator because you don't like his rules or the way he works, then you're going to be in trouble if there's a creator, correct?
Yeah.
And you think it's noble to go, fuck you, man, I'm going to win this. You're going to lose, but you're going to.
It is more moral. I would say that's more moral. Yeah.
And if
but wait,
right? Jay, it's based on it's based on this hypothetical. It's based on a hypothetical that's defined. It's just designed to say this God we're talking about is a tyrant.
No, I'm fine with this. I think I can totally handle this hypothetical.
And now,
I'm not worried.
I meant no disrespect.
Let me try and
No, can I just get an answer? What would you do in that circumstance? Would you worship that God?
I think you're having trouble with the way that I view the existence of God, because
we're not going off your view. We're going off the hypothetical. Just stay.
But I'm part of the hypothetical in the decision making, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I take my worldview into the hypothetical, correct?
Right.
Okay, so you don't want to ask me to alter my worldview, and my worldview entails that if a God exists, a creator of all, and has certain rules, they must be followed, or there's going to be severe punishment, right? Doesn't matter if I like them or not. Doesn't matter if
the question is, would you rather follow an immoral God or admit that there's just take the punishment?
So the question also doesn't register because if your hypothetical is going to the extent that God is actually immoral, like this is a trick, like God is Satan, God is actually immoral, and if I make the right decision, I'm going to win, or God is just, I don't like him, he's immoral, and it's too hypothetical in a way, but
it doesn't make sense that a God
those are the rules. God created them. Would you follow that God? I don't see the problem.
Here's the problem. You say God is immoral. but God would be the rule maker. So who are you to say he's immoral? That's the complication.
Yeah, you know
just
this one.
in your subjective opinion.
It's like
Just
it's like how they talk away slavery and all that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not immoral because
No,
God
you
did
guys
it.
are
but I'm
missing this.
granting that he's honest and he just
And I don't mean to be
understand it. Right, just
No,
say
I
in
don't
your
even mind.
subjective
Like,
opinion.
I don't
In
even
your
mind
subjective
if
opinion,
it's a
Jay.
gotcha moment. Look, I don't even mind if it's a gotcha moment, and I say yes to something. You
It's,
guys
it's
are like,
not.
oh, boom, you know, like
it's-
that's cool. What
no.
I'm saying is, what I think you're missing here is, if you have a God, that God creates what is immoral and moral. So are you saying
So
that
yeah,
God
I
is
get you.
going against his own standard, and I'm
No.
supposed to choose what I think is his standard of morality, or I have my
No, I
own?
get what you're saying. You're saying that no matter what the rules are, they are moral by definition because God
Yeah.
made them. I get that.
Yeah.
But to say in your subjective opinion, you disagree. You could be wrong. They could be moral rules. You just, in your subjective opinion, you think that is ridiculous. That is immoral. I am not going to worship you.
He
What would
wouldn't.
you do? Yes.
That's the thing. As a Christian, he wouldn't see it as immoral, like Christians do. They would see it and go, "No, that's not the way
But he's
you're
already,
seeing slavery.
he's
It's
already admitted that they are immoral.
indentured
That's the problem.
servitude."
Yeah, you
He's
guys
already
make a fair
admitted
point.
they are immoral.
I mean, that's a fair point. It's tricky because if you believe that God is moral, no matter what he does, that's what
He,
you know.
They
You guys bring
won't
up an argument
see
like
that
we're gonna say, well,
immorality.
that's
I
his
know what you're
that's
saying.
his law. It makes it very difficult. I agree.
Yes. And
But you
another
admitted
thing,
that the rules themselves they're only moral because God created them. You've admitted that the rules themselves, in your opinion, are immoral. It's just God created them, so they can't be immoral.
he
This
is
is
Well, no,
it's a
I,
big
are
thing.
you, are you talking about a specific claim?
It's God heads I win, tails you lose. God can never lose.
Well, that would be the idea of God. I don't understand how it would
Exactly.
work otherwise.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
But
I think
So
that's
I want to get back to Hitler. I didn't get to finish that. So if I'm honest, the thing that I never hear my side say when this Hitler thing gets brought up, going to heaven, and it's funny, the Christians never seem to go there, and it's the most basic thing, is that if Hitler repented, we're not just talking he just said words, he had to repent in his heart. He's now a good person. He's not the Hitler on earth that murdered people. The person he is now, if negative feelings were possible in heaven,
That's because he's not a good person.
right?
Just because he repented doesn't make him a good person.
No, look,
Well,
guys. The problem with your point of view is that you're still coming from an arbitrary moral standpoint. So you're still judging what Hitler did versus the other guy, and you have no moral grounds. That's the problem with your hypothetical, even. Did you understand that? Like in your hypothetical, you still don't have it in your hypothetical. You're saying Hitler.
No, we have no way of proving God. If your definition of God is that whatever he does is moral, then you would agree that the rules you agreed were immoral are moral because God created them. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm sorry.
The thing about
if you're willing to agree that something is moral, you know it's not. There's nothing I can do about that.
Your hypothetical assumes that you understand what actually is moral and immoral, but you have a subjective moral worldview, so it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but you've agreed that the rules as we define them are immoral. But
Look,
you're saying you've not created those
I'm
rules.
saying that
you're hypothetical. You're hypothetical.
You guys actually have no fundamental.
Yeah, we have no
standard.
fundamental.
You have no fundamental standard to say what he did was wrong.
No, we don't. But that's beside the point.
That's a problem. That's a huge.
But what does that? Can I ask if this has anything to do with the God that we believe in?
No, not necessarily. No, it's a hypothetical that you might not be. I know for a fact that
I don't like the one. I don't like the one presented in your hypothetical at all.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's fine. I know it's not the God you believe in.
He would still be God. He would still be God. I just wouldn't like him.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's funny because you guys ask and it's interesting the way you're reacting because you have like an overall point of like, wow, they choose something immoral, right? In the scenario, but you guys don't have a standard of moral and immoral to begin with.
It doesn't matter. It's
but that doesn't matter. Like,
opinion, I will not worship that cunt of a god.
No, but you guys don't
Then
even
you're
have the
hung up.
standard to begin
Take that back.
with. You're
I
missing
promised
that.
Olive I wouldn't call him a CUN. Sorry, Olive, if you're watching, I apologize.
It was a hypothetical God that you're speaking of, right?
Yeah, sorry.
You seem to be making
Yeah,
this connection
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
But
Sorry.
like 420, do you can you say that killing is objectively wrong, or do you think it's wrong because you say so and you think so and you can blah blah blah?
No,
talk
I
about
can't.
it?
I can't say it's objectively wrong at
Okay,
all.
so
I
it's
would
so what
kill.
Hitler
There are
did was
many
not
reasons I
wrong.
would kill.
What
Hey?
Hitler did, listen, what Hitler did was not wrong. You just think it is. You don't like it. You can get people to
No,
agree
that's
with
right.
you.
I think it's wrong.
It's
Okay,
not
well,
objectively wrong,
I
but
don't
we don't
think there's
believe
an
objective
objective. I
morality
don't think
exists.
it's
So it's
objectively
impossible
wrong.
when it
No.
comes
to
to
be
a God, when it comes
objectively
to
wrong.
God,
Dude,
looking at what you
how
did,
many Germans were there that thought he was morally right?
the point is
No,
you don't have a standard
okay.
to claim that he's wrong. You're just saying,
But
I don't like what he did. He did
no,
something.
it's totally
We do.
my
It's called
opinion.
society. We keep saying it. It's just not good enough for you. We have societal values.
I
They
know
work
that.
for me.
I see
Right?
that.
I'm
I live
happy
in
with that.
society.
And
But
as
we
a
can work with that.
society, my society says what Hitler did was wrong, and I agree. My feelings, my fifis tell me it was wrong. Makes me
Fair
feel
enough.
sad when I think about it, so I don't
Yeah.
like it.
Who cares?
You're asking us to follow objective
I,
morality.
me, and that's all that
Objective
matters.
morality
I
exists.
can't
So-
control
Subjective
So you're,
morality
so you're like,
is we
But
I
got.
me.
care about this. I think
That's
it's
all we
wrong. I
can
have no
use.
backing to prove it is. I can't say it's right or wrong actually, but I think it is. But I care about it. But I don't know if I. You're just. It's like you're going back forth, nonsense, reality.
But
I'm
going
not
back
sure
to
why.
going back
How
to
is
what
it?
you have
It's
mentioned.
so
No,
simple.
going back. Can I just
hang on.
No,
Let me finish this last point, Wildheart, because I've barely spoken. You talk heaps. I was just completely honest and gave you every reason and every place that my morals come from.
What?
From society, from the society I grew up in, from my family, from the religion that I grew up in, and from my feelings, my emotions as well.
But since you have
And
a
I can probably
subjective
think of a few
worldview,
more other things. And you're just going to say this weird statement of
no,
because it's
listen.
not
Since
based
you
in
have,
something,
I
it doesn't
agree.
mean
Like you,
anything. What the fuck does that
because
mean?
you're not getting it 420. I'm saying that if you have a subjective worldview, someone who diametrically opposes you and everything you stand for, they're not right, you're not wrong, and that's the way it is.
That's fine, but you admitted
No.
earlier that
You
can't
don't
prove
understand that. You don't
But you
get
can't.
We left the hypothetical, didn't we?
Yeah.
Right? Can
I
just
don't
say.
understand what you're
All right,
saying.
right,
I know
right.
you don't. I know you
Can I
don't.
fucking speak? You admitted earlier that you couldn't prove there was an objective morality. So if there's no objective morality, what you're saying is true. We can't prove we're right. Someone else who disagrees can't prove they're right. But if there is only subjective morality and you can't prove otherwise, that is all we've got. We have no fucking option.
Best we've got. It's the best
Yeah.
we've got. We're back to that.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
and instead of
The
saying,
point is
I
that
know you
420
don't,
can't say
why don't
it's
you
right or wrong
explain
because
it
someone
better?
can say the exact opposite and they're both right, or they're both wrong, or they're both not right, or they're both not wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
He's missing that.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. But
No, no,
objective
it's
morality,
just we don't have an issue
both.
with that.
Until
You
can
do.
prove any different, then
You
you're in
think
the
everyone has to think the same thing.
No, you've gone
We
into a
don't.
different
Wait, whoa,
department.
whoa, wait. Who does that?
I know. Didn't say anyone said that. That's what it implies.
No.
I missed
Yeah.
that.
Wildheart
If
just
there's an
agreed.
objective
Wildheart
morality, we
understands
all have
what
to have the same morality.
Wildheart
No.
understands what I'm
No.
saying, and he's
In as
trying to
much as
tell you.
it messes with your head, some people think it's okay to murder. There's no objective morality.
Yeah.
And there's, again, on your worldview, you have nothing to say about those who want to murder. Wildheart understands this. You don't.
No, I do. All there is our society values. This is the society I live in. If I go to a different country, it's going to be different. That's all I have.
But you're agreeing with each other, you just don't know it.
Yeah.
We're all agreeing there is a subjective morality.
Yes, of course. That's
Wild
all
card.
there is.
Until you can demonstrate otherwise that there's an objective morality, you're in the same boat.
It's not my point, Wildheart. My point
All
is
right.
that he's not realizing, and I think you do, that for him to say murder is wrong and someone to say murder is right, they're neither
Yeah.
wrong or right. Neither of them are right. Neither of them are wrong. It's just
No.
what you guys think.
We can't demonstrate that one is
I've
right
agreed
and one
with
is
that the
wrong.
whole time. That's
Yeah.
my
when
point.
you go on telling me about moral
Yeah.
claims and what's right or wrong, you got to remember that you have an arbitrary stance.
He did. He
It's
did.
not-
He did say that it was coming just from his
I've
subjective
admitted that
ideas.
the whole time.
Is it rude for someone to say who cares then?
Well,
Yeah.
why are you having a conversation?
because
Like,
you should
let's
still
say
get
who cares at the beginning before you speak.
I'm gonna point out.
And
I
yes,
think the
it is
conversation
kind
is
of
falling
rude.
apart.
Yeah.
Well,
Ronan, see
Let me
ya.
take a turn. Let me take a turn, man. Hold up. Calm
Yeah,
down.
you go.
I'll get you excited. Morality is subjective. Okay, to begin with.
Yes, we've all agreed on that.
Well, yeah, but I'd like to finish.
No, we haven't agreed on that.
Yeah, I'd like to finish. You know.
No, sorry, JG just admitted that he
Tell
couldn't
me when it's my
demonstrate.
turn to talk.
Sorry, thanks for
Let's hear
joining.
what Ronan has to say, guys.
Okay, what it comes down to is you're born alone, you die alone. So it's subjective. Where it becomes objective, for example, is religion, because they set a set of standards down and said everyone must abide by this. That's objective morality. Then there is what I'm saying, ideal morality, where we want to get somewhere. We can't strictly define it, but the point is that the better we are doing things for the greater good. That's subjective and objective at the same time without being officially one or the other. Okay, if I say, like you were talking about
Are you
murder,
sure?
yes, I'm positive. That's why I'm explaining it right now. And if you let me finish, you'll get the basic points, and then you can connect the dots, because it's not all one or the other. That's the point, right? Because if some group says that's our enemy, we killed our enemy, we win, that's great. The enemy is going to say, if we kill our enemy, that's great. So
That's not objective.
Well, no, because one group, right, has an objective to neutralize the enemy and vice versa. So both of them have an objective to win. But
Can we define objective morality just so that I can understand where you're going?
Everybody must believe in God or die. That's
not objective morality.
That is, because they say you will believe in
that's
God
not a
or
definition
die.
either.
That's the point of saying you will.
What is objective morality, my friend?
It's the idea that a group agrees to impose
He doesn't know
themselves and others.
Ronan, when you
I've
say
talked to you before,
they
Ronan,
have
and you
an
don't-
objective, that's like saying they have a plan.
Right. That's
It's
exactly
a different
what that
word.
Yes,
it's
you're
a different word, bro. Same word, different meaning.
Yeah, because part of the definition of objective is a goal. That's what part of the definition states. It's a goal. So a group.
And this is called cherry picking.
No, whatever goal that is, to have everyone be theists or everyone have a driver's license. Okay,
Ronan.
Okay. This is one example, right? One example.
Ronan, you're talking about something totally different than what we're talking about.
No, you're talking about subject or versus objective.
Yeah, yes, but you're using a totally different definition for objective morality than what we're operating on altogether.
Well, no, because I'm using a definition I found looking up the words versus interpretation. I don't have
but you're misapplying it to this conversation, is what I'm telling you. I'm trying to save you humiliation.
What? That doesn't make sense.
I'm on your side, Ronan.
I'm going to chop up right back.
Ronan, let me try to help you
An
here.
objective, you're right, is a goal. But to say subjective versus objective is not a fucking goal, bro.
No, but
Different objectives. Different.
we're
No but. There's no but, Ronan. They're not connected.
no.
They're not connected.
Okay.
You're making them connected in your head.
No. I'm going to give you an example of how it could be connected. Okay, I've used this before because it's simple. One person sees that a road has a sharp curve and that people keep going off the curb because there's no speed limit imposed, no speed bump, nothing. And people keep dying. So he thinks, hey, we should put a sign or a bump there to keep people from going off that cliff. And then he tells someone else, two people now share the idea. Then those two people go to a city leader and tell that city leader. That's morality. Each one of them has subjective morality. And then the city leader agrees, talk to the city, other city leaders. They all agree to impose a rule that says we got to put a sign there. That's where it becomes objective.
No, it doesn't. It becomes consensus.
That's where it becomes objective.
Ronan, I've talked to you before.
No.
And you got this wrong. Look, you got to go into an example of something that's subjective. Like, do you believe the laws of logic are objective? Do you understand?
Do I believe the laws of? Well, yes, the laws of logic would be.
So,
we're talking science, for example. Yeah.
Let me walk you through this real quick. If you don't believe in the laws of logic or utilize the laws of logic, and I don't acknowledge the laws of logic, they still exist in an objective reality, correct?
No.
Okay. Well, that's the disconnect.
Because we would both have to know what that is.
The point of it being
beforehand. If I'm interpreting it one way, you're just because that, in other words, that would have been established.
That's just you using it.
Huh?
This is where we're getting disconnected, Ronan, and I think everyone here understands and agrees with me on this. The objective morality would still exist independent of me or you acknowledging it or using it, and that's what objective morality would be, a moral rule that's in place, and it doesn't matter if we abide by it, utilize it, or recognize it.
Well, time out. If we disagree, how could it be objective? We're not going to the same goal. If we disagree, it doesn't make sense.
We're going to need to define the term objective properly for this to continue.
I go by
the point of it being.
I don't. Excuse me. Again, I don't interpret the word. I know the definition thereof.
Yeah, but you can't
interpret it for the sake of your position. Okay.
No, but look, you're having
trouble. That's not the definition.
You're having
this
trouble.
This is not the Bible. We're not talking about a Bible. We're talking about the word and definition thereof.
You're having trouble implementing the definition into the philosophical discussion.
Oh, if this is philosophy, well, I'm out.
Of course it is. What do you think this is?
Well, put it this way. I thought you were being, talking about, regular behaviors.
Morality. Morality is philosophy.
I thought you were talking social dynamics, not philosophy.
What do you think morality is in the discussion on your point of view of morality? It's a philosophical point of view.
Okay, I don't know anything about philosophy, so
you just don't like the word. When you come into a conversation,
you're right. I don't understand on that level. I do not understand. Go ahead, please.
Okay, he's out. Don't chase him down.
What, am I supposed to do something here?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, that's gone. It's cool, Ronan. We got everything you said. You just had your definitions mixed up.
No, I don't. The thing is, when you said philosophy,
we're all wrong.
Thanks, 420. I appreciate you so much.
When you said philosophy, that ended the conversation.
You said a dirty word.
Because I'm coming from the perspective of social dynamics, not philosophy.
That's your philosophy.
No, that's the mechanics of it. I explained it.
No, that's your philosophy of it.
No,
the angle that you
Walt asked you for an example of a time that you've been wrong. The only thing you could come up with was a time when you said someone convinced you that someone you liked was a bad person, and so you didn't like them.
Right, that was Simon's Funk.
that's the best example you could give of admitting that you're wrong.
I
Can you
told
admit
them,
now
well,
that we're
I'm
all
telling you,
here, four of us
tell,
are telling you
well,
that you're wrong,
no. I
and
told them because I'm here online, I had to think back and try to find an example where people here have witnessed me or been here while I made that mistake versus in real life where I've made plenty of mistakes and admitted to it. I used something that everyone had known about, and they all
Ronan,
but how do
knew
you not
Simon
notice
Spunk.
that your
Ronan, you were wrong
whole
about me.
presence online is
How's
arguing
that?
with people
How is
that
that?
you're not wrong? Well, everyone's trying to tell you how and show you
You broke up?
how you're wrong.
No, excuse
You
me. You
can.
broke
It's
up.
not to
You broke up. I didn't hear what you said.
He said you're wrong.
Well, he was explaining it. That's the part I want to know. Like Freeman is going to share something with me, and I'm waiting for that.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm
yeah.
not
Okay.
sure how my reception is. I was saying, in all my interactions with you, I don't know how you can't notice that there's a common theme. That it's the whole group telling you that you're wrong about something and you're not admitting it.
Again, when you said philosophy, that's where the conversation ended because I don't deal in it. Okay? And
So
I'm
you
going
can't
by
address anything I just said.
straight definition of a term. Terms, plural.
Why do you think philosophy or a philosophical discussion is getting in the way of your terms?
Because philosophy, you're basically making things up, trying to define things, versus, the actual term, subjective, objective, for example.
You don't think that words and terms are created?
What? Of
You
course.
don't think words and terms are made up?
Right.
Just
See,
so you have agreed on
mean,
words, and then you have agreed on philosophies. It's just like an extension of the words and the uses of the words.
well, see, you just use that extension. I'm not going by extensions. I'm going by what it is versus what I think it should be versus the other intellectual coming up with what he thinks it should be.
I'm not sure that anyone in this discussion is.
Well, again, I'm out. I'll mute and have you let you gentlemen, chat. I'll listen. I have no problem with that.
You want to listen to this mess after all that you just said?
Okay, could you repeat that, please?
You want to listen to this philosophical mess?
Yeah, because I don't understand it, and the only way I can learn it is by listening to it, reading about it, and maybe grasp it someday.
Okay, all right. That's a good place. All right, right there. That's a good place. So let's go back to what subjective morality is and what objective morality is.
In philosophy or just regular, basically words here? Well, what are you talking about? Because that's what
in a way different than the way you were trying to use it earlier.
Okay, philosophy. I'm out. Thank you.
Right.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that before. That argument, like if it's philosophy.
No, that was brand new. That was brand new.
Well, yeah, I'm original in my own way. I'm not.
Well, you're not
special.
I thought you were out.
No, he's philosophizing with us.
That's true. He is. You got to stop it, Ronan. It's a bad habit you're getting into.
I don't know what you're talking about. So, okay.
Is that okay? All right. This has been one of the most fun nights I've had in a long time. This has been a great hangout.
I told you it'd get exciting.
You know what? And see, that's what I was getting at. You were wrong about me too, man, in the beginning. I know you don't like to admit it, but it turns out.
About what? Get to the point. About what was I wrong about?
that was eating you up, wasn't it? It was just eating you up.
I'm being courteous here. I'm being courteous here. I'm not ignoring you because I'm so prideful that you should be wrong. Explain it to me, man. Come on. If you want me to hey, guess what I got in my pocket? Well, your hand.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
So explain it to me now. Where or
why? Are you sure? Okay, I'm gonna try. Are you ready?
Please.
You didn't believe that I had friendly intentions towards you when you met me, and then for a long time afterwards, even though I told you I did. And I think you know that I do. I'm rough, but I do like you.
No, I never thought that. I mean,
Ronan,
again,
you
because
told me as much.
I keep saying it's not about me, and it's different things with that one statement. It's not about me. In other words, I focus on the topic. If you're angry or I'm angry, it has nothing to do with the topic. Okay, and people tend to do that when they get frustrated or angry or upset, whatever. They'll go to, "Hey, dummy, why don't you get this? We get this." That a point there. And I'm saying, well, no, I'm talking about the topic. Convince me, talking about the issue at hand. Right.
Although you do say
Well,
quite a lot.
I'm glad you. Go ahead, Wildheart.
Ronan, you do say quite a lot that you're original. And that
Okay.
these are arguments, and that you love it when people disagree with it. It is a bit about you.
You'll have to repeat that, please.
Oh, I forgot. William, can you translate it for me? Ronan, you do say that you are original. You come up with your own arguments. You say you love it when people disagree. So it's a little bit about you sometimes. Can we agree on that?
It's about the idea. I didn't say change your mind and believe me. That would be about me. I'm saying, this is what I bring to the table. How do you weigh this? That's all I'm really doing.
This is what you bring to the table. So it's a little bit about you, isn't it?
Well,
a little bit.
I'm arguing the point. I'm arguing the point, not me. Again, it's about the point.
I think that you actually made you made their point earlier about how often you're wrong, by the way.
Plenty of times. Again, I use the Simon Spunk example. Krishna, for example, he's corrected me. Other gentlemen you may know, I don't know if you know the guys.
Well, then you just disproved their point.
So
then you just disproved their point.
What?
Then I changed my mind. You just disproved their point.
Well, that's again, part of communication is trying to understand it. Not that we get it initially. I mean, God, come on. I mean, that's why we communicate.
Okay, so then understand when we were all telling you that the misapplication of the word objective there was not an insult to you in a personal way. It was just saying that we're not using it as we all have the same objective, goal. It's saying that something outside of our minds exists.
Okay, I can use one example there. For example, we came out of animal behavior. I'm not saying we agree or don't agree, but science tells me, yeah, we came out of animal behavior because we have higher order thinking skills.
And that's still subjective.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, sorry. Yeah,
hold on. Because we came out of animal behavior, and now because at the onset of our species, we have higher order thinking skills. Without instructions, we figured out that we should set up these guidelines using a God, for example. All societies all over the world, I'm not picking on Christianity, all societies did that.
Logic. Let's use logic.
We need to organize. That's objective.
No, let's use logic. Can we, Ronan? Can we use, instead of God, can we use logic?
Well, excuse me. You're not allowing me to continue because that's.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's part of the explanation. Okay, and if you were patient with me, I could make a clear statement, much shorter, versus everybody thinking he went on for hours.
Ronan, this is a pretty long philosophical point, so we are being patient.
Again, I am not talking from philosophy because I don't know what that is.
Right.
But I'm talking from my standpoint, having studied science and understanding we came out of animal behavior. We have higher order thinking skills. We jumped the gun not having instructions. So we established something objective, a religion to control reality. The mistake don't you love the drama? At least I come with something to get you interested.
Anyway. But we have this is our time as well, and you get to it, man.
Well, I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting. So anyway, the point being, it became objective when man established religion, for example, right? It became objective. That's the point where subjective morality becomes, objective morality in this case with religion.
It can't become objective morality.
They
It can't
wrote
become
a
objective from
commandment.
subjective.
A commandment would be part of being an objective. A
Wildheart
goal.
just debated for an hour and convinced me that it cannot become objective from subjective.
Yes, it can, because the group of people agreed to a certain idea. That's where it becomes.
That's not objective.
That's a goal, okay? Because people agree.
No, that's not. That's a misuse of the term. Okay, I don't. We just did this. That's not how objective. That's the wrong definition for what object. Go ahead, Wildheart.
There are different definitions to objective. You can have an objective have a goal, or you can have objective versus subjective. It means subject to a mind. Objective means not subject to a mind. You're using a different definition of objective. That's it.
Well, again, I looked up objective. Part of it says a goal.
Read the whole thing.
Huh?
Read the whole definition. There's more than one.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring that up, and we can. I have a computer. Aha.
There you go.
Yeah, but you do need to warn Ronan that this is just going to lead to greater philosophical conceptualization.
See, look at you. He's just stirring that pot, man.
Okay, it says here objective, adjective, parentheses, of a person or their judgment, parentheses, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts. In grammar, relating to or denoting a case of nouns, pronouns used as the objective or the transitive verb of a preposition. Then as a noun, a thing aimed at or sought, a goal. That's what I'm using, a noun. Okay.
Right, but we're
using it differently.
but we're talking about an object. It's an adjective for morality in objective morality. See, so if you're using it as a noun, then you're misapplying that because it's not being used as a noun; it's used as an adjective.
Well, because I was using the definition to distinguish between the person and a group. I need.
Was the definition wrong?
I need. But see, I need to use them as nouns due to the way I'm presenting the idea.
No, the group doesn't.
No, that's not right. That's not how you operate through this.
No, that's the way I operate because I don't do philosophy.
But that makes you wrong. That makes you wrong in this.
Okay,
in this instance.
You're right. So again, I yield and I'll sit back and listen to you all.
No, but you have it right there. Use the adjective. Like
again, I am not dealing in philosophy.
No,
again,
I'm saying.
using.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are dealing in philosophy.
No, I'm using grammar. Okay.
You can use the grammar.
We're all
adjective.
dealing in philosophy.
Grammar.
Use the grammar adjective of that word that you just read.
Okay, I don't know how to use that on that level because I don't know enough to really talk on that level. I don't know.
Okay, so but we're helping you.
Yes, I understand that. I understand.
So let Jay explain the way, because he's very eloquent, the way that objective is being used and applied to morality. If that's not an inconvenience, Jay.
Do you want me to interrupt them like you all do me? That way it gets all tattered and chaotic.
You're making it personal.
Well, no, I guess you all make it personal by interrupting.
We're not picking on you, Ronan. Nobody's. You don't.
Y'all interrupt each other. Come on! I'm trying to get us all to realize that we need to be patient with each other.
Yeah, I agree. But you can also look at this in a longer stretch too. You've come and interrupted the stream for like 20 minutes, and we've gotten nowhere. So there's that aspect. To be fair, but look. Do you want to know how objective is used in the adjective? That you still have that in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, so objective morality being a morality that we all exist with, that's outside of our mind, that applies to every human being, whether they acknowledge it or not, whether they act on it or not, whether they care about it or take it seriously. An objective moral would apply to us all, regardless of what we think or what we do.
Okay, time out. Let me see if I get close here. had you allowed me to continue my explanation, I would have gotten to this point with all this other rigmarole. Okay. One thing.
Sorry, I don't know about. I don't care about.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. And
Yeah,
I
but
was
it's my
trying to
channel.
cite that we need to be patient with each other. You know,
Yes.
why am I the hero in the story here? Why are you making me the hero?
If you were using the wrong definition, it doesn't matter how long you went on for. You would never get to this point had we not explained that you were using the wrong definition.
I just heard what JG told me, and I was trying to share an idea that might fit where your standard is held. Because we came out of animal behavior. You see how I'm continuing the story from previous? Because of that, we consciously or unconsciously realized that working together, that's the adjective, I guess, here, working together, we don't know it because we're not talking about this. We realized consciously or subconsciously that working together would be of greater benefit to us all.
Well, that might be the case, yes, but that's a little bit off from the idea of objective
Yeah, my
morality.
apologies because I was going back to like grammar, so I don't get it. I don't get it. Thank you. I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could get it like you say, like an objective moral is what you're supposed to do and what everyone is supposed to do, versus a subjective moral where you can just make up what you want to do. That's a simplified version.
Right.
So when you make the stop sign or do whatever you did and everyone agrees on it, that doesn't make subjectivity become objectivity. That's just everyone's in agreement.
Well, no, because you agreed. That's objective, like a vote.
It's not objective.
That's consensus.
Objective means independent of a mind. If everyone agrees, it's still subjective. Objective means independent of any mind. That's
well done, Wildheart. Well done.
Okay, that would be in philosophy. Okay, that would be in philosophy. Is that what you're saying? I don't know.
I'll call
okay. So you can't. You're drawing this line and saying, okay, if it's philosophy, I can't consider it.
Yeah,
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm just trying to understand it if you're using it from the basis philosophy.
Well, Ronan, do you know of anything that exists outside of the human mind that we all interact with?
Okay, one more time. Something that exists outside of the human mind?
That we all interact with?
Reality.
I mean, that's a broad claim. Do you know anything that's abstract or immaterial that we interact with?
God.
Okay. And
well, you can use reality too. I mean, you can use an objective or subjective reality, or discuss whether it is objective or subjective.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. You want to use theist now? When did that happen?
That doesn't make sense to me.
You could talk about how there are things in reality that apply to us all, like gravity, right? It doesn't matter if we all go to the top of a cliff. Yeah. It doesn't matter what we think or feel or know about gravity. We all fall and die, right? Even the people that don't believe in gravity fall and die, right?
Right.
So we could say gravity is an objective law or an objective reality, right? It affects everyone. It's outside of mine. It doesn't matter what you think about it or your opinion of it.
No, gravity's not objective because it doesn't decide what to do.
No,
it just is.
Hold on. Yes, but what he's saying is it is objective because even if you decide it's not real, it will fuck you up.
Well, if I decide it's not real, it doesn't care whether I'm
right.
There you are. Now you found
reality doesn't care. You have to care in reality.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why it's objective. It's objective reality.
Right. But you're talking philosophy, so I can't go with how I perceive it.
Okay, you got to go, Ronan. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to do here. I honestly think
he's trying.
I think he might be playing a weird game. I'm not sure.
No,
I think he's
no,
genuinely
no. I don't wax pathetic. And so, well, it could be. No. That's the definition. This is how I apply it.
Jay,
Move
Your
on.
definitions are not set in
Jay,
stone, Ronan.
Jay, I've known Ronan a good long time, and I mean he's trying, but he's got his own way of getting to where he's going,
You may not
like
know his
where we're
game,
going.
William. He's got deep game, son.
I think this might be a good time.
Again, I mean,
Praise is live. Do you want to reconvene over there?
I didn't understand a word you said, so go ahead.
I know you never do. Praise I Am That I Am is live. Do you want to reconvene over there on their channel? It's up to you. I can keep this going. I'm just asking opinions.
Who is live?
Praise I Am That I Am.
I kind of know. I mean, I like them, but you know, the my perspective kind of like gets in the way of their fellowship, and I don't want to, upset them or challenge their views.
Well, to be fair, your way of thinking got in the way of our discussion too.
Well, no. Come on, man. If people have their own idea and they're enjoying the feeling, of the idea, I don't want to, get in the way, so to speak.
I think you're just saying that we're more tolerant.
Yeah, obviously you put up with me,
That's fair. I think you put up with me as well. So, can't tell you that. So if I'll put the link in the chat anyway. Just just let me know.
Well, what do you want to do? I mean, you're the host here. Whatever you like,
Yeah, I just thought now might be a good time to just change venues. I'm saying everyone go over there basically, and I will as well. I think it was a good point to stop. I think it'd be good, and that will be a good point to.
I've really enjoyed talking to you tonight, Jay. And Wild Heart and 420 Atheist, if you're still out there somewhere. I've really had a good time. This has been just fantastic.
Yeah, and
Cool.
cheers, it's been great to meet you. I thank Richard Madsen for that's how I met you, and it's been really good. And you're welcome back anytime. Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
I enjoyed it too.
You've been brilliant as well. You are a legend.
You coming over, Ronan, or are you staying? Or what are you doing?
fine. Yeah, sure, man. I mean, I don't have to join the panel. I don't have to.
Hey, they don't like me either, man.
Really? I thought they would.
Olive really doesn't like me, but she'll tolerate me.
You can win her back, I'm sure. Yeah, she's not.
That's right. You're a free-range Christian, huh?
Right. I'm an open theist, and that's not okay.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, actually. Free-range Christian.
I like that. I'm going to steal that, okay, Ronan?
Oh, please. Again,
it's only subjectively wrong to steal your shit. So.
No.
All right, I'll see y'all over there.
I mean, if you ever try to make money off of it, I can sue you. It's easy enough, but I'm not going to sue you. It's an idea I shared because I came up with it. It doesn't matter to me. Enjoy it. Enjoy it.
Cheers. I'm going to end the broadcast there. Thanks, everyone, for